A very warm welcome to a pleasantly warm Petronas Sepang International Circuit here in Malaysia. We are here, of course, it's Free Practice Friday for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are just getting into the second half of the day now, as the Superbikes, the ASB 1000s, are out on the circuit and on their outlaps as we speak. This will be their second 40-minute session of the day. And in the first session, most notable, there are a few notable things actually, but most notable was Azroy Hakim Anwar's lap time, which was around about 7/10 or 8/10 of a second quicker than the next best. So behind Azroy was Zakwan Zaidi, who came good later in the session. But Azroy didn't do that many laps. He had 2 proper stints, and in each one he blew the rest of the field away. So that was a very good start. Track conditions a little bit different now. We just got an update from Dunlop that the track temperature is now up to 51. And as Sal Khan said from Dunlop, it's getting greasy out there.
Yeah, I think it was most notable with the 600s earlier. See, it was a bit of a struggle for them. I think greasy would be the best way to describe it. The surface has been that situation quite a number of times for different races here, past few weeks. Lachlan Epp is just making a pass on his teammate there, to you, Joe.
Yeah, very nice looking pair of BMWs there for Savitar Team Asia. Lachlan getting his head down. Had an okay session this morning, doing 2:10.1.
That's Fahmi Abdul Wahab just gone off there, turn 11. So that's the wild card for this weekend. One of the Malaysian riders on the gorgeous Panigale V4. Yeah, he's gone off there in turn 11. That bike's going to take some fixing.
Yeah, it's 35 minutes left in this session, so oh, that's a challenge.
Yeah.
Maybe sit this one out. That's yeah, as you say, that's unfortunate.
That's Azan Shah on the A1 Energy BMW M1000 RR.
Yeah, great work from the Malaysian, dare we say it, veteran this morning. Ended up 4th quickest, 2:07.2. Good place, pushed really hard. As you can see now, we saw him do that at turn 1 in FP1 and had to run on that time. But as we often see with Aslan, he's really testing the limits under braking.
I think it's, with the brand new team, he's just basically trying to figure out what the weaknesses of the bike are, and just try and see what they can do better. And I mean, the speed is there, so it's just a matter of making those final adjustments to really make it a race-winning machine.
Yeah, his teammate Apiwat, who is new to BMW, so very much on the learning curve, but in good hands in that A1 Energy BMW pit. Apiwat did just got inside into the 209s this morning. Started off really quickly in Buriram in free practice, but as it got to qualifying race conditions, it was clearly becoming more challenging for him, so it is going to take a bit of a while. So a bit of a reset for Apiwat, but we know how fast he can be. That's pushing to the edges there, as you said, Daniel, just try and find where the limits are.
The thing about racing is sometimes it can be the exact same model and make, but with the setup, with the brand new spec as well, it can be just that much different. However, the team that he has in his garage are all familiar faces to him. So they'll be able to gel along well, and they will have had a base set up to go from. And that's how we saw in Buriram, both him and Apiwat doing quite well. Here comes Azan now. It should be 207, and it is 207.5. Good lap time there from Azan Shah.
Yeah, I note that Hafiz, who we didn't see very much of in free practice 1, he's turned in, well, he's equalled his best time from FP1 in these more tricky conditions. So hopefully we'll see more of that JDT Ducati in this session. Just behind him he's got the British rider Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team. Last saw Joe 7 years ago in ARRC, so great to see him back.
There's another 207.7, so that's his best of his weekend. It's on the best we've seen Hafiz here in Sepang before. Here's Kito Abe as he worked with SDG. 209.1 so far in the session. We know he's capable of much more than that.
Yeah, and Cameron Dunker has done his best time of the day so far, and we're only 8 minutes into this session. So as expected, the 17-year-old Aussie for MotoGo Yamaha doing a really good job. So that's going to fall further for sure.
Managing the power of the CBR in that wide line into turn 3. Here's Adam Nordin on the AMI Suzuki.
Yeah, he really kept us entertained and enthralled.
Fastest sector 3, which is where we expect the Suzuki to be strong throughout the turns. And he comes across the line 208.5, so a good start to the session already from Adam. They will have made some adjustments with their new engine, and we'll be finding out how much faster they can go. And I think starting off first flying lap already at 208. It's only going to go better from here.
Yeah, did a 207.9 in first session. And so he's going at least as well to have done that time in these conditions. And so early in the session as well, so that is really impressive. That's Kito Haga on another of the new manufacturers we're delighted to welcome into ARRC on the Aprilia RSV4R or RSVR. We'll get back to you. But you know this is a Yamaha R1 for MotoGo. And that was Cam Dunker.
He's just said the fastest sector 1 and a decent sector 2. In front of him is fastest from practice 1, Azra Gemanowar, his teammate.
Andy Farid improving as well, who's done the fastest sector 3.
Yeah, Happy managed to 207.8. Kito Abe's improved 208.0. Sharon has been lapping a couple of high 207s.
Yeah, really good progress. We saw quite a number of bikes early in the first session running soft rears. I haven't seen any sign of a soft rear in this one, and you wouldn't really expect it. So getting the power down and fishtailing a little bit, but we often see Zakwan do that. He seems comfortable with it. I think he's got Azra in front of him, who on this morning's showing could be his sternest competition this weekend.
Yeah, Azra was just controlling it like a mad horse. He likes to ride it aggressive on these thousands, and Zakwan now goes fastest to a 7.4, but still a far cry from what his teammate was capable of doing in the morning practice. To 6 point...
205.9.
Sorry, 205. Yeah. But he did dip down to 205s, yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you predicted it at the time, Daniel, if you remember. So yeah, brilliant form from both these riders. And running together won't do them any harm, I guess. There's that gorgeous AMI Suzuki.
Adam's done his fastest so far of the day, 2:08.2. He's gonna try and tail behind the two Hondas, I think, and wise decision as well. In the MSBK Championship, the Malaysian Championship, he was actually doing a bit of a partnership with Kasma, and they were open about talking about it. They both came up the ranks more or less together, and and Kasma just thought, I'll show him the ropes around, and yeah, it really worked well. So Adam on his own this time, he's gonna have to try and tail behind the two fast Hondas.
Yeah, that bike really moving around a lot.
But it looks stable, even though it's sliding around. It's just sticking to where he wants it to go. Azroy improving again through Sector 3. Sector 3 clearly Azroy's strongest sector. Oh! Ooh. Yeah, Azroy's gone down there, 10-14, leaving Zakwan alone ahead.
So we knew how fast he was, now we know how hard he was trying.
Yeah. Azroy still, you can see the way he's exiting there. It's still very much 600-esque, but it's just the way he likes to ride it. But it can cause you to lose a bit of grip on the exits. Zakwan's come across with his fastest, 207.3. So he just edges his teammates ever so slightly. Norton on that lap, he was on a slowdown lap until he saw the two Hondas. You can see now there's a bit of a gap between Zakwan and Adam.
Nakarin, double race winner from round 1 and therefore championship leader. Down with a 2:08.2, P8 currently. Did a 2:07.1 in the first session. Zakwan looking really good on that Honda, nice and tidy.
Nakarin's just done his best lap, 2:07.9. Look at Adam's sector times. He's not improved through sector 1 and 2, so it won't be a faster lap from Adam Nordin. Haga, who we saw go back into pit lane very early, 2:12.0. Looking at the top speed, it's not lacking too much, the Aprilia. 289 down the front straight. It's actually faster than the Yamahas by nearly 9 kilometers per hour. So top speed not an issue for the Aprilia, but setup and Akito Haga's adaptation to the Sepang International Circuit will be the biggest mountain to climb.
Yeah, Zakwan there slicing past the A1 Energy BMW of Apiwat Mongtananon, who goes for a pit stop. He was on an improving lap actually, Apiwat. He hasn't found the measure of that BMW yet here at Sepang.
Yeah, I think the benefit for him in Buriram was that it is a circuit that he's super familiar with. So for him to ride that bike the way he wanted to, he can still manage that. But now he comes to a track that he has ridden far less on, so it becomes a bit of a challenge. And that challenge is very much visible so far in these 2 practice sessions. Setup is going to be key for him. So far the fastest third and fourth sectors of the session have come from Azroy. We saw a crash out at turn 14. Is Nakarin now, who's improved up in sector 3. Sector 1 he shows about 2/10 in sector 2 as well, in comparison to the top 2 Hondas. I wonder if the aggression that Nakarin has is playing against him in Sepang. Whether he's just a bit too aggressive on the exits.
Wonder he's a bit too aggressive on the entry there. Under braking.
Well, he's aggressive everywhere pretty much.
Well, he is, yeah.
Yeah, then again, he is someone who has, well, in the Malaysian Championship last year, he absolutely destroyed the pack. so he knows how to ride faster on Sepang. Maybe he's just a setup, but it's not what we expected from the championship leader right now. 207, he was able to do effortlessly. 206 is, of course, again, we have to factor in weather, temperatures, even humidity can play a factor.
Zakwan again, the form rider in this session so far. Nearly halfway through. As we saw in Buriram, Zakwan very much back to his old self. And that's not very old. He's still quite young, isn't he? Was he 27 or 28?
Yeah, I think he's just about bordering 30.
Okay.
Definitely on the earlier side of 30. I think 28. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Anyway, peak career kind of age range.
Yeah.
There's Andy Farid Izdihar coming out on the Astra Honda CBR 1000 Triple R. Of course, if you were watching last season, you'd know that Andy, Zakwan and Nakarin were all teammates in the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa outfit. And that team was split into its national component parts for this season. Really clever strategy by Honda.
Yeah, it's absolutely genius. I've never seen it actually. A manufacturer trying to help all the three nations to form their own teams by bringing everyone together first.
Yeah, and of course, they put Makoto Tamada in charge of it. So yeah, there was really, it was a really good investment and a good strategy from Honda. Andy Farid in his third season now in ASB 1000. He was the, I count back now, 2022 Supersport 600 champion.
Yeah, and actually all three will be running for the same team again in Suzuka. That's what I found out. So.
Well, they all got along well, didn't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They have a good relationship with each other. And you can always see if you walk around the paddock that the three of them will talk to each other and just have a quick chat. Debrief there going on. Here's Keith.
Tidy and fast.
Yeah. Now he is the textbook definition. I mean, all SDG riders, the SDG riders, when they ride, they are the definition of leading with your shoulder into the turn.
Yeah.
And it's a riding style that's really. Very well. Look at that, sliding right until he was reaching the apex. Fantastic from Quito.
Yeah. STG, of course, had a double win last time we were here at Sepang in the hands of Yuki Kuni. Shake it, baby.
Like a carnival bull ride going on there. It was unbelievable. Man, the thing is, see, even with that moment, he's not shaken, not stirred. He's just keeping it pinned, keeps it going, and still the fastest sector 3. Oh, fastest sector 3. Akito, and he still managed to flip it and keep it on the line.
Yeah, I mean, he was just looking through that whole situation, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It was just like, I'm going this way, and the bike's coming with me. It's kind of like that, isn't it?
Oh, so exciting to watch Akito right now with SDG, and he's gone fast through Sector 1, just over 2/10 slower than the fastest time so far. But here is his fellow compatriot, Akito Haga. So Akito with the Tatara racing team, they race in the All Japan Championship. It's good to see them here in Sepang. You'd have to think that this is preparation for Motegi and just trying to get that bike up to spec with the rest.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping to do, I do believe. And if you look carefully on the fairing there, you can see Team 1 for All stickers on it, because that is being overseen by Wichi Wee. He must be the busiest person in the paddock this weekend.
Yeah, he's got 150s to think about, 250s, 600s, and 1000s now.
Underbones.
Yeah. So Akito Haga, it's really good to see him here with the Aprilia. I haven't seen an Aprilia in the 1000cc class in Southeast Asia in quite some time.
Yeah, and his first visit here, so yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job, I have to say.
Yeah, he's dipped into the lower 212s, being consistent there. So it's just a matter of shaving off a few tenths every session. Oh, Akito Haga's gone fastest, 207.2.
Yeah, he just beat me to it. I was just about to point out it looked like he was gonna go better, but yeah. And we've seen that with a few riders, haven't we, today? Do an amazing lap. The Critterpat in 250s earlier.
Yep.
That was fun, and that did land on social media. That moment.
Oh, but Akito has entered the chat now.
Yeah.
Here he is. I mean, we saw this in Buriram as well. It's just a step-by-step approach by Akito Abe. Every lap, every session, he found something, he improved. So now he's achieved low 207s. The next step will be 206. Because, yeah, if we forget about practice 1, this is a brilliant step forward for Akito Abe. He's on top. But we have to factor in that Azroy in the morning session did manage a 205.
Exactly, yeah. Conditions were better, but
Yep.
Azroy's best now is 207.4 so far.
That was a good shot.
Relaxed, happy,
Yeah,
fast. It's all good.
a rough translation of what he was saying. I'm sliding around.
Yeah.
But it's a good start from Adam Norden with his life aboard Suzuki in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Low 208, he's been consistent. He just needs to find that little step forward. I think top 3 will be a big ask, but I wouldn't be surprised if he finds his way to a top 5 challenge.
Yeah, I think he will. And given his experience, I think that will show over race distance as well.
Definitely.
So yeah, I'm going to put my money down on top 5 for Adam this weekend too.
Here's Azan Shah, the A1 Energy BMW. This session so far, it's been his quickest. Sorry, his practice 1 was his quickest at 207.2. Now, the last time out for him was a 207.5.
Yeah, his first stint, we saw him testing the limits under braking. I was just having a little look around.
I think something not sitting well with him. There's Akito Abe coming back into pit lane. I would suspect the SDG approach, a quick adjustment and then back out again for the remainder of the session.
Yeah. That's it. Everybody's there around that bike. Team. Kobayashi-san from Dunlop.
Showing there just on the left of our screens is getting ready to head out again. Kito's done the most laps in the session, 8 laps. As always with the SDG riders.
Yeah, staying on the bike.
Say the one rider who has done less laps than usual is Andy Farid. Usually we see him doing so about the same as the SDG riders, and he just has actually just come in with 8 laps. But usually we see more from Andy on track. this time round it's been another quite a session for Andy Farid. Practice 1 as well, he was 5th fastest. Hafiz just making sure he's not in the way of any other rider.
Yeah, Hafiz looking much better in this session.
Yeah, I mean, if we look around for all the times that we have from practice 1, practice 2, I wouldn't say anyone in particular is struggling. It seems like everyone except for Azroy was having a difficult day. Azroy was the only one who was absolutely on another level in the morning session.
Yeah, Cameron Dunker making progress, continuing to make progress. 2:12, Joe Francis continuing to make progress. 2:12.1. 2:11.5 for Haga. So about the same as his best this morning in the cooler conditions. Happy Wax still in the pits. There's his teammate. He rode a BMW to the championship in 2019, the inaugural year for this category.
Shot taking it into turn 6. We're gonna have sector 1. He's got a decent one. Sector 2 as well is decent, but it's not going to be pushing him up further than 4th for now. Apashine still yet to begin his flying lap, and he fired back in pit lane. Akern as well. Adam we saw having a debrief. I think Kitabe's just come back out as well. So it is the SDG approach. Quick debrief, quick adjustment, and straight back out.
Yeah, he stayed on the bike, so that was only a very quick stop. 1 second covering, 0.8 per second covering the top 8, which is not much on this circuit.
That's right. It's pretty tight between the top 8. Akito Haga now going faster in sector 1, so he's looking to improve on this lap. 2:11 has been his best time on the last lap actually, so let's find some decent improvements here and there. 2:11.2 is fastest. Now he's gone through sector 2 decently, but here's Hassan Shah now. He's around 10:15. Yeah, no sectors have been an improvement for him. But nevertheless, 2:07.5 despite no improvement. It's actually his personal best of the session. In that sector 4 he managed to shave quite a bit. He has been doing his fitness as well. Yesterday he went for a 5 km jog around here.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, good for him. Hopefully that will pay off in the later stages of the race.
Yeah, I had a chat with him for a video we were shooting, and I asked him how many more years left do we have with you, since retirement didn't go to plan last year. And he said as long as he can. He has no deadline as of right now, so that's what we'd love to see, and I think that's why he's really putting work into his fitness.
Yeah, and enjoying it. And it's true, isn't it? The older you get, the more you have to put into your fitness.
That's right.
You'd only know that in theory, Daniel. But I promise you it's true.
Here's Afishar now for JDT Racing Team with those new colors for the 2025 season. Again, today has just not been Hafiz's day. 2:07.7, it's a decent time for this session, but overall, we know Hafiz and the Ducati are capable of way more.
Yeah. Stretching his elbow down towards the ground, but he does need to find more. We saw nothing of him really till the last 4 minutes of the first session. So this is a better one for him.
go wide there to try and get past Joe. He's running through the turns, looking confident to zip it in, but it's just on the braking and the exits that we still see as if he's wrestling with the traction control on the bike.
Yeah, he did look really untidy this morning. Adam improving again.
There we go. We'd love to see the Suzuki finding the step up, and he's on course now. Well, as so far as Sector 1 is concerned, and Sector 2 actually. He's on course to do a 207, so the step forward is happening now. He's done actually a second sector that's faster than Nakaren in front of him, and a first sector that's almost identical. So he's on course for a much faster lap, Adam.
Yeah, so good to see Suzuki, Aprilia in the mix. So how many manufacturers have we got now? 6. This completes another lap.
Yeah, it's consistent times in the 208s. And I'm just looking at the sector times again. Nakaren and Adam lapping very similar lap times. Sorry, very similar sector times. Adam just had the edge in sector 1 and sector 2 over Nakaren, but we'll see what happens when they come across the line. For now, Nakaren comes across with his personal best, 207.9. Adam as well, with an improvement, 208.0, so very much knocking on the door of a 207.
Yeah.
Auckland, however, has been really struggling.
Yeah, has he got his new bike this weekend, do you know?
I believe he had it for the Malaysian Championship a few weeks ago, so...
Yeah, that was the plan, yeah.
So they've got him familiar with the new engine. Of course, they had a lot of work to be done, but you would have thought that he would have at least been on par with his previous best, which was 207s, 208s. It's just not coming together for him. He's, for the first time in a long time, nearly 2.5 seconds away from the top.
Another decent one coming in from Adam.
Norden has been looking good in this final run. He made good adjustments to his bike.
Yeah, this is a real push lap from Adviz as well. Looking like it on the sector times. Body language says he means it.
Yeah. Sector 3 is an improvement there for Hafshadin, so decent lap coming in from Hafiz. It's going to be either mid 207 again. Maybe just a slightly higher 207. But Hafiz really trying to extract the best from the Ducati V4R. Using the same bike as last season. The new generation will only be available in 2026. For racing purposes, that is. Comes across the line, 207.6, his personal best. Azroy and Zakwan back out on track after Azroy's crash. Azroy, he goes fastest now, 207.1. Sector 1, Sector 3, he was slower than his previous best sectors, but in Sector 4, he somehow found a huge chunk.
There you go. Almost 7/10 quicker, sorry, 7/100 quicker.
Adam's gone faster. He's knocked down into the 207s. Adam Norden's in front of Nakaren now. 207.8. That Suzuki is starting to come together.
Yeah, I was happy to see him on the grid, but he's surpassing what I expected was realistically achievable for him.
That new engine, and it's still not a full race engine from what I'm understanding. I mean, yeah, they've done the best that they could with what they have. I mean, you can see the top speed. They're lacking about 10 kilometers per hour down the straight against the Hondas. What a massive job by Adam Norden.
Yeah, and you were talking about Laughlin's bike, the Savitar Racing BMW. Top speed there, 283.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Even in practice 1, 285 was the best he could achieve. So it's strange. I mean, Aslan Shah in comparison, which A1 Energy, what I believe would be this exact same M1000 spec. Aslan was able to get 291, Apiwat 292, so Lachlan against the other BMs.
It's 10k down.
Yeah. It's strange, it's really, really strange.
These two, once again, Azroy and Zakwan, looking really good together. Zakwan's going to take the advantage here.
That's right now leading Zakwan down the front straight. It's really good pairing from them. They get along really, really well. I think they're both riders who are smooth but have that touch of aggression to them, and it's really quite fun to watch. Aslan coming out now with 2 minutes left, which won't be enough time to complete a flying lap, and so is Apiwat. This is strangely late. Kito's still out on track. He's done 12 laps. He's on lap number 13 now.
Yeah, Apiwat's only done 5, so a lot of work going on there. Sorry, Daniel.
No, I was just looking at Azroy. He's gone faster through sector 1. Just slightly faster, but Azroy could be on course for another 2:06. He'll be the only one for this session.
Yeah, Cameron Dunker having his best lap so far of the session.
Yeah, that's a good improvement. Sector 1, sector 2 faster for Cameron Dunker.
It'll be really interesting to hear what he has to say. That's a hint. Quito again.
He's done an in-lap for him. Isn't really pushing on that one either. Azroy faster through sector 2 again, so Azroy, yeah, Quito's going back to pit lane, but Azroy Kimanowa's on a hot lap. Zakwan Zaidi, his teammate, is trailing. Let's see if we can find Azroy. So should we, yeah, there we go. Azroy through turn 13 and 14. Sector 3, decent, but not faster, but he's made up time in sector 1, sector 2. His strongest sector has been sector 4, so let's see what Azroy does. You can see the gap. They were together out of turn 15.
Yeah, he's really stretched the gap there. Hafiz behind those two. Looks like he's nice and clean around turn 15. So,
sounds like someone's crashed in the background.
Yeah.
As of right now, Azroy comes across 206.9. That's Cameron Dunker,
he was on his best lap.
Yeah, he's done a 211, and that's at turn 1, I think. That was a fast crash. You could hear the bike scuttling across, but
well, that was going on. Yeah, Azroy took himself into the 206s. He did 205 this morning in the cooler conditions. It's unfortunate for the young Aussie, but he's learning. He improved in this session.
Cameron's lost that really early on into the brakes, and yeah, it's a fast one. It's good to see him walking away from that. That's a nasty crash. That bike, that bike's going to need a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Straight into the tire wall, that one.
Yeah. Anyway, he's 17 and nice and rubbery, hopefully. He's not holding any body parts. What did you see, Daniel?
No, I was just wondering whether brake fade was an issue there for him, because he lost that at a place that was really, really great to lose a 1000cc bike. And he wasn't even tipping it in yet.
Yeah, he had brake issues early on in round 1, didn't he?
Yeah, and Sepang turn 1 and turn 15 are notorious really beating up the front brakes on the bike. So yeah, would love to have a word with him after and see what happened there. Akito Haga said his fastest time, 2:10.9.
Yeah, good progress. This is a good field. And at the top of it is Azroy Hakim Anwar with a 206.972. Kito Abe for STG Hart Pro Honda Philippines. Smith behind him, but in the 207s. Also in the 207s, Zakwan Zaidi. Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman for A1 Energy BMW was 4th. 5th, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. We saw more of him in this session. Andy Farid Istihar down in 6th. 7th, Adam Noradin. Another superb session from him into the 207s. Macarena Tirapupat, 207.925 was 8. At 9th it was Lachlan Epis on slightly slower than expected BMW. Apiwat Mongtananon 10th with a 2:10.8, his best time. Akito Haga improving all the time for Team Tatara Aprilia. Joe Francis was 12th. Cameron Dunker, the late crasher there, did the best time of 2:11.6. Joe Yu Zhou for Savitar Team Asia was 14th, and there was no time recorded, unfortunately, because of that early crash for Fahmi Abdul Wahab for FGRT Project 1. So that Ducati needing a little bit of attention, to say the least. We just looked through there at Apiwat Wongtananon, finishing his session and leaving the pit. So time for a little break now. When we come back, it's going to be with the wild and very full field for the Underbone 150s. Will be pit lane opening at 14:40, so in 7 minutes from now. So stay with us. We're at Petronas Sepang International Circuit, and it's free practice Friday for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
It's Underbone time for the second session of the day for the 150cc class here at Drona Sepang International Circuit. This weekend is the second round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is Free Practice Friday, and as we can see, the Underbone's tootling around the circuit. They're taking it, the meaning of free, literally free to just ride around gently and have a chat. So hopefully they will speed up soon. The crucial thing to keep in mind about the Underbone practice sessions, there are 2 on Fridays, and the combined times for this will determine whether and who goes through to qualifying 2 in the morning and who has to go through qualifying 1. So the quickest 12 riders on combined times from this morning and from now will go through to Q2 tomorrow, and everybody else will go through Q1. And even then it's not finished, because the top 10 from Q2 will shoot it out for the top 10 grid positions in a Superbike competition. So somebody getting his head down early is none other than Waiwaji Trilaksana, the number 60, in that high-vis yellow, the high-vis yellow Yamaha, 2 times champion, Underbone racing legend back in his home country of Indonesia. And good to see him setting a fine example, not hanging around. It takes a fair amount of time to get around Sepang. It takes more than 2.5 minutes to get around Sepang on Underbone. So if you're dawdling, I just don't know how they have the patience to do it, Daniel.
Yeah, it's a really long way around, and if you're just cruising even on a 600, it feels long. So
yeah, I mean, you can waste, effectively, you could waste 3 or 4 minutes.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen it happen in qualifying, haven't we, in the Underbones, where they spend too much time just cruising about and they leave it way too late to set a fast lap. But here's Waiwaji, who's not waiting around. I think that looked like almost a Super Pole practice for him, but he's backed off from this, surprisingly. Thought he was going to continue on.
Yeah, you can see himself coming up behind a bunch of riders ahead of him.
Just looking at the distance on this side of the track, the south side, it looks like it's getting a bit darker. I've seen a lot of clouds approaching. We're not expecting any rain today, but it's the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. We know how unpredictable it can be, and by about 3:45 it can be much darker. So eyes on the weather for the final practice sessions for now. The Underbones haven't set a flying lap yet. Dimas Juli and Waiwaji will be the first couple of riders to come across. Dimas Juli's on a decent one, actually. Aditya Fauzi there, coming through with Kiki Sudaman.
Yeah, those 2 teammates going through. Aditya Fauzi, a real threat in just about every race I can remember him being in. Kiki Sudaman looking lively in every session I've seen him in, but not quite putting together the laps as he might. That's in there, number 178. Head of the 24 machine. 24 machine of Pirapong Ludwig. I was just checking them because I thought he was running a different number in where he ran. Anyway, there he is, number 24, Team 1 for all, Pirapong Ludwig. Well overdue a podium. He's a quick rider, he just needs to make sure he's quick at the right moment.
Right now, real fuel temperature is about 40 degrees Celsius out there. Plenty hot. We saw a few riders getting quite tired in the midday sessions.
Yeah. Sal Khan from Dunlop said in his social media update at lunchtime, track temperature is up to 51 and getting greasy is his description.
22 minutes left in the session. First flying lap came through with Fani Basam aboard the Yamaha LFN-HB 969 Indonesia racing team. Julie, showing by about half a second. Naturally, that's got a fast lap from him on the previous one. He was just cruising about.
Looks like a good lap for Pirapong. Early in the session, 30-minute session, 22 minutes left. So hopefully the tension on Pirapong will help him towards a good lap time.
Fast lap time around here is about 2:33, 2:32. Fastest lap ever we've seen was done by YIG in 2020 at 2:31.358. From there, Samiro Arif Musa for SEK. If I'm running this group, Shafi Rasol as well, he's there. Charles Shazras.
Yeah, predicting winners is difficult in this category, of course, if not impossible. But Afif Amran looked really good to me this morning, and he looked really good too in Buriram in round 1.
Some of that we see there for Yuzi, and he almost gets into the rear tire of Idul Fitri for Wawapang. Again, it's so good to see Wawapang here in the Underbone 150s. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for them this weekend, but it's always good to see the well-experienced team here.
Yeah, absolutely. And consistent livery as well,
Yep.
going over the years. Deep red and yellow.
Yeah, there's been any changes, it's been very minor. It makes them very distinctive. It's TKKR, who's had a number of livery changes this time round for the Underbones. They're running that very dark army green with a bit of a dark blue. The dark blue colors representing the super fast in the name.
Yeah, and that's one to watch for sure. Number 122, Shafiq Rasol. Second in the championship in 2023.
And Zakir Aziz really looked like a proper championship contender in 2023. Fell short 2024. It went right down to the line, and then drama as always in Buriram at the last turn. And then ultimately it was him and Aditya Fauzi, both the championship contenders, crashing out at the last lap of the last turn. Zakir Aziz, a second chance for him this season. Decent chunk of points for both him and Afif Amran in round 1. So now it's a matter of putting a good season together. But now in this session he's already maintained in the top 2, so it's a good start to proceedings. Oh, Yaji going faster now through sector 1 and 2. But sector 3 is backed off from this.
Yeah, I see the streamer UZ Asia team. Shazras and Darwisi looking pretty good there as well. Gumita Krishna, as we were saying this morning, he's a very experienced rider, but still has that really gritty edge to him. Saw him win at Buriram. Saw him pick up, if I remember correctly, a P2 last time at Sabang. I was wondering then how many of those riders would peel off into pit lane, but in the end it was only one.
Yeah, a little bit there were more that were going for that, but let's now continue. Adi Bashad, the young Malaysian as well, he's in that group. Gupita Kresna right at the back of it, so he should be in for a good lap. He's going to get a nice run of slipstream all throughout this lap. Nazrul Izzat on his own at the front there. Behind him is Aditya Fauzi. Both of them good friends. Ooh, Nazrul Izzat a mistake there into turn 1. Just couldn't get that bike turned in time. Nazrul Izzat not without his challenges once again. There's a lot of a lot of minor issues that really bug him throughout the season, whether it's just a rider error or a bike with a technical issue. That happened a number of times last season.
Yeah, it did. And it's frustrating because he was such a force in 2023 when he won the championship. There's a Dietja, number 177 on that fuchsia pink bike.
Fuchsia pink sounds about right, yeah. I think, was fuchsia what we use for East?
I don't know. I shouldn't have gotten into this hole.
They go through turn 7 and 8. Really fast, double right-handed, double apex turn, which if you take the right entry point will give you a very nice, smooth line through. And there goes Aditya's teammate Kiki Suderman, the JPNW S&D factory racing bike. Turn 9 will be another talking point for the final turn in the race. It's always where we start to see some riders try to make a lunge on the inside. We get a good look as well at the Vosges FR 150. They haven't set in a meaningful lap time yet. They're struggling this weekend trying to find those improvements. It is difficult being the only team running a certain manufacturer, as well as having a bike that's basically unproven, and trying to develop it into a top contending machine. It takes a lot of time, a lot of work.
And they're starting so far behind the Yamahas and the Hondas. But we wish them a speedy ascent up the learning curve.
Yeah, the thing is, the Malaysian Underbone Championship, the Capri Championship here, it has a category where the bikes, oh, someone's gone off there. That's actually one of the Vosges machines. That is unfortunate. But yeah, so it's a category where, I'll jump right back to this topic. Husni and Gupita, teammates, have gone up to the top, first and second. First and second in the championship as well. Fantastic from them.
Yeah, brilliant start to the season, of course, for those guys. And former teammate to Gupita Krishna, John Emerson Ngito, is just jumped up into third. Kid is his fourth. Best time, by a long way, belongs to Husni. We just watched their Fajrul Sham winner here. It's a bang last time.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the Vosges machine competes in this Underbone Championship, that the bikes pretty much are standard. The only thing you can upgrade are the ECUs and a few bits here and there. And they actually qualified on pole in Sepang. So as a stock bike, it clearly has enough to go to the front. Their biggest issue will be data, parts. The machine is completely their own. The chassis is their own. So they had to develop an ECU for the bike. They can't just take an ECU from a Honda or Yamaha, slap it on. It's not how it works. So it's a big step for them to make, and it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, running stock to running bikes at this spec, where they're tuned to the absolute limits.
Yeah, I mean they
right up to the line where power and durability meet.
Yeah, because if I remember the 150 Yamahas, they make about, if I remember correctly, it's about 16 to 18 horsepower, more or less, plus minus. But they manage to stretch it all the way to about 40 horsepower, literally
crazy.
Double. It shouldn't make sense, but it just does in this category, and it's not easy to extract that much from such a tiny engine.
That's right, and you got that trade-off with reliability all the time to think about. It's a real knife edge. Looking at the machines there, we're looking at Arshad, the number 27. A little earlier we saw the number 43 of April King Moscato, the Filipino, who had a really good session this morning, ended up third. 25 there this season is John Emerson Ngito's number. He jumped up to third a few laps ago and is still there. So a little cruise down to turn 15 here, led by Guida Kreshner, and predictably, warning from race direction, all riders, no slowing down.
Yeah, it's a common pattern with the Underbone categories when we see them. Of course, it's an action taken with safety in mind.
Yeah, if you're in a race session or a practice session, you need to be going at racing speed, because the other riders on the track won't necessarily know.
Yeah, exactly that.
If you're going slow, so yeah. And there's nothing more dangerous than being hit from behind. In front of that group is Waiwaji Trilaksana, the number 60. Pink on high-vis yellow, easy to pick out. There he is, followed by Akira Ziz. And in the mix there too, although they're not pushing at the moment, but in the group ready for whenever they do get around to pulling the pin. Just back now, we're looking at the Jib Arshad. This group just deciding when they're going to go, 10.5 minutes before the checkered flag. So we see number 51. Some of the teammates there running together. Febriancia and Hirapon. Just trying to pick them out because we might as well practice bike recognition in this most bewildering of classes while nobody's actually going very fast.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet for this portion of the practice session. We do see some riders forming up now. So we should see some shifts in position.
Kiddies leads them through turn 15. Well, that group anyway. And Switch streaming, tucked in behind him. You can see who that was. It's the white on yellow. It doesn't stand out particularly.
In the session with Shazras, currently sitting 10th and 11th. Then we see an ex-Asia Talent Cup rider, one of the promising talents from Malaysia once upon a time, and now he's coming to the Underbone 150s, trying to make a name now with the UZ Asia team.
Kiddies is putting the work in as well during this session. Kid currently 4th with a 2:35.2. Been there for a while. No change at the top for a long time. For King 7th after that good session earlier. So he's looking good for pass through to Q2. There's Afif Amran. who I predict, heaven help him, will do really well this weekend. I'm not going to say any more than that. He's a good rider. The bike seems really sorted.
I mean, in the first session, he looks good, and all throughout round 1 in Thailand, he was brilliant. And it's a better start than in the previous seasons for Ahmed Ben Akid. So it's a matter of them pulling everything together. Again, with racing, especially in the underbones, a lot of luck does play a factor.
Two Filipinos there on the Uma Yamahas. DJ Sobretodo, followed by April King Moscado. Somewhere in there he is, the number 17. Here's Masato Fernando. 3 Filipinos there. Ganging up on the Malaysian, Dawizi. I think I saw Akid Aziz just behind them. In terms of times, no change at or anywhere near the top. And a look at the timing screen doesn't say, no.
Oh, it's another session out for Faiz Zekri. That's one of the wildcards that we have this weekend, and yeah, session 1 he had an issue, and now in session 2 he's crashed out, so not the start he would have wanted. And with that, effectively, he is not guaranteed qualifying too, so have a lot of work to do, and especially as a wildcard, it's not going to be easy to muscle his way out.
Yeah, this is a nice, quick little group we've got on our screens now. Kid, NJ, Masato, Dawizi. April King just behind them, and then there's some free track behind them. Akid Aziz has to look up the inside of Masato Fernando. Doesn't go through. No points yet for Masato in 2025. Quick rider who needs to put some results together. And that's really what makes the difference in this class between the guys that end up on the podium, the guys that end up winning championships, and those that just merely thrill us during the season.
It does put in a smile on your face, doesn't it, when you see Masato having a good run at it.
Yeah.
And it's really good to see. Masato has involvement as well with the Forest 1M outfit. He's somewhat of a legend already in this Underbone 150, even though it's been a hit and miss sometimes on race weekends for him. But I must say, in the past couple of seasons, I feel like it's just gotten better for Masato.
Yeah, I mean, he always looks a threat, and I, for one, will be delighted when he converts it.
Yep, definitely.
Because it's always good to see more people breaking through. April King just on the back of this group. He's currently 6th fastest. Akid Aziz in that group, 4th fastest. 2 quickest riders of the session, Haziz Zainal Fauti and Gupita Krishna, are in the pits. The Saya LFN HP 969 MCR RVT 3014. That's where their funding comes from. So the sponsors deserve a shout.
Yeah, it's another one of the projects under Haji Putra in Indonesia. He's really one of the biggest people in motorsports in Indonesia, pushing riders to the World Championships now as well. And he's been putting in really a lot of good work. You can see with LFN HP969 Indonesia racing team, they have been, well, they're the championship winning team, and they've been consistently at the top. Now with Zir LFN HP969, he's got another duo that can really fight at the top from round 1 and even in these sessions that we have in round 2. So what an amazing push he's done, and if we look at the 250s as well, Muruglu Vitoni doing very well, and the bike not lacking anything.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
So hats off to the development in Indonesia for motorsports.
Yeah, and just the skillful management of that LFN outfit.
They're well equipped, they have everything they need. The riders are always training hard.
So Masato Fernando, we've had our eyes on for a while now. His best time, 2:36. That's 9th best. That's 3 seconds adrift of Husni. But Husni's 1.4 seconds quicker than his teammate Gupita, who's second. And the whole glut of riders came out of pit lane with 2 minutes 35 on the clock. So all they're going to do is have another ride round Sepang and then they'll be done. As you're saying, Dan, we often see that riders coming out not leaving themselves time to really have a good crack, and a whole bunch of them have just done that.
It's last final push. This will be the final lap that they put in. Nasser Lizat just hasn't shown anything too much this weekend. It is his home race, and of course in practice it's really hard to gauge, because in the race this can be so different. As of right now, just looking around, the ones that are surprising me are Ahmad Darwisi and Shazraz. Shazraz, we expect him to fight quite well. Darwisi will be one that does surprise me. Shamil Amshar as well, doing really well for Cardinals. Of course, we know the Cardinals bike is more than capable with Faris Putra last season, so Shamil Amshar, a young talent coming up. I think the one that's really struggled, especially in this session, has been Nazirul, as well as Fahmi and Afif. These are some surprising names, and this is the session that gets quite important for qualifying 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was just looking at the free practice 1 times, and I think Nazarul did enough in the first session to get through. He was in the 2:34s. So that's really what you need to do. It's a busy weekend for Underbones, and especially busy qualifying morning on Saturday. 2 qualifying sessions and Superbike.
Someone that we see behind him is Masato Fernando. I do like Yuzi's unique edition of the most MotoGP-esque salad box at the back of the bike, which is actually just housing the battery, just for weight distribution.
Yeah, I like the idea of a salad box.
Yeah, they were the first to do it in with the Hondas, and many others followed after that, so you might see more of it in Underbones after this. Akiraz is there, going around the outside, long way, around 10:15. He's on a decent lap actually in Sector 3, he's done well. Sector 1 as well, he's pretty quick. Let's see what Akid does across the line.
Yeah, April King also having a good one.
Yeah, April does shoot up, he goes up into 4th. Shafer Rasol up into 6th.
That's good to see.
It's just the championship leader, Husni, with nearly a 1.5 seconds at the top.
That's right. Yeah, phenomenal. Really good, really good. Again from Husni.
Fantastic job, and look at the weather.
There's a little bit of wind now. It was absolutely still, like a photograph earlier on, wasn't it? But there you go, 2:33.382, 1.4 seconds quicker than anyone else for Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zia LFN HP 969. The next rider up was his teammate Gupita Krishna, 3rd quickest. John Emerson Ngito, great to see him at the top again, as it is his fellow Filipino April King Moscado. Akidas is 5th. Shafiq Rasol came through late into 6th. 7th Masato Fernando had a lively session, Filipino, and Ahmad Dawisi for Extremo Yuzi Honda was 8th. 9th Shamil Amshar for Cardinals was 9th. 10th, Farrell Rashidan for 4S1M. Waiwaji Trelixana, Racetech 60 was 11th. 12th, Nazrul Izzat. Not a good time for him, but probably he'll go through on the basis of his free practice 1 time. Owen Sanjaya next, 14th, Adib Arshad for Uma Racing. Cheryl Shazros back in 15th. 16th, Idil Fitri Mahadi. NJ Sobratodo was 17th. 18th, Fahmi Basam. 19th, Pirapong Nubin Peng for Team 1-4. Afifan Ran, who I tipped earlier on, was 20th quickest, but he will go through based on his earlier time. Amral Arif Musa for Maestro NWNSCK was 21st. Aditya Fauci way down in 22nd for JPNW. Dimas Juliet Moko, podium finisher last time out, down in 23rd. 24th, Kiki Suderman. 25th, Febriancia. 26th, Afizi Subat. And 27th, Faiz Zekri Sabri. And then 28th and 29th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. No time recorded for the veteran, and no time for the Vosges Tengu Amaral Afiruddin. So there you have it, that's Underbone done for Free Practice Friday. Next up, we've got the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and something a little bit different from the studio, I gather, for this practice session. That starts in 6 or 7 minutes from now, as we keep an increasingly watchful eye on the weather here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit. It's Free Practice Friday. We still have another 4 sessions for you before we finish the day, so stay with us. This is round 2 of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
To IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Petronas Sepang International Circuit. This is the second and last session of the day for the TVS Asia One Lake Championship. And as we were saying in the last session, which was the Underbones, as we just watched Sartak Chavan overcook it a little bit and go through the long lap penalty area. This has the same kind of format to Underbone qualifying, which means that the fastest 8 through from this session will go into Q2 tomorrow, or qualifying 1B as they call it, and everybody else will go into Q1 with the top 2 riders from that going into Q2, qualifying 1B. And so just looking at on your screen there, we saw a crasher earlier on. We didn't catch quite what that was.
Yeah, still yellow flags at turn 1 there. As we see Arshad Rushdie going into turn 1 and 2. We get the LED flashing boards as well here in Sepang now, so it's a bit easier for the riders to spot the colours. Just coming through the screen, there's Nixon Frost.
Yeah, a young New Zealander, 14. We've got 2 14-year-olds in this championship, the other one being Hunter Corney, the number 9 that went through just before Nixon. So a couple of exciting young Antipodeans coming into TVS Asia One Make. Hunter Corney, but super quick in Buriram. Recorded the fastest time of the weekend. He was up and down the field a little bit with error, you know, get up to the front, make an error, drop back down, catch back up again. Great, great television, great to watch. That's Luis Miguel, the Spaniard, who got himself on the podium at the first time of asking in round 1. So also really good to see a Spanish rider in TVS Asia.
Yeah, Luis Miguel really bringing some colour into this paddock. We had riders from all different parts of the world now in Asia Road Racing for this season.
Yeah, Kim Min Jae just went through, the South Korean rider who's really developed a lot. As you were saying earlier, Daniel, he's been doing not only this, but racing at home as well. And also...
oh, rain flag.
Oh. Well, look at that. I mean, from the windows, as far as we can see it, the sky looks bright and sunny. But, yeah.
That's a turn 14.
That was the slippery surface, or otherwise known as the rain flag. So let's see, a couple of riders have chosen to go into the pits. Yeah, but it's being waved as well.
Yeah, turn 1 is, sorry, out of turn 15 as well, the rain flags are out. So, again, the weather forecast, precipitation looks to be a dry day. There's no rain forecasted for the next few hours, actually for the whole evening. But, yeah, as Sepang always does, it brings in a surprise.
Yeah, been looking there at Arshad Rushdie, a Singaporean rider who didn't compete this season, but did compete the previous season. As we were saying, it's great to have different nationalities. So, a Singaporean, who's a lovely guy anyway, is very welcome back.
Yeah, just looking around, this is the mystery of Sepang. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, there's no rain flag being shown. Into turn 5, rain flags are being shown. You can see there. You can see that the 3, turn 5 and 6 LED signs are showing rain flags across that sector. So it seems we have rain properly on its way. As of right now, the track should still be quite dry enough for them to push in for a few more laps, but after a while, it's going to get a bit too slippery and greasy, and oh yes, rain flags.
It sounds like it. Yeah, it's coming in towards turn 15, which we are not. Yeah, we're pointing in the other direction from our location currently.
Yeah, it's definitely not heavy yet. It's probably just a light drizzle, if anything, but it will get alarming in a few laps.
Yeah, that's the number 7 there, Kawai Ahmed, pushing along.
I'll tell you what this does to change Hiroki Ono's style of approaching practice.
Yeah, this is really good backfire. Yeah, because he does come very late to the party in just about every session. And he hasn't recorded the time yet. But what he has done will be enough to put him through to qualifying 1B tomorrow, because he was second quickest this morning.
Yeah, sector 1 he's gone rapid, and sector 2 another good one from him. Sector 2 is where we saw most of the rain flags out, so I think that's where he's backing off slightly, but even slightly is less than a tenth slower than the fastest. Rain flag there again, out of turn 15 down to the front straight. Sartak Chavan, I think he was one of the early fallers because he's not set a lap and he's gone straight back into pit lane. So Sartak won't have a time set in this session if it starts pouring down. Hiroki Ono is going to try and make use of whatever dry track he has left.
Yeah, 2 Thais and a Spaniard at the top currently, followed by a Singaporean. So not what you would call a normal session. Sartak's best time this morning was 2:23.2. Number 10 there is Rendy, starting to detect a little bit of rain from the camera. Rendy's number 10. Number 7 is KY Ahmed. Hiroki Ono has just decided to bank one, so he's gone in with a 2:23.752. which on its own would be enough to put him through to qualifying 1B. So he rises to the top. Cream of the crop that he is.
Ramdan Rossi with that beautiful looking helmet. It's new for this season. Ramdan trying to make a real jump at the championship, having a good result here in his home race. He will be motivated. He's always been looking better every time I see him on track. It's just that now with everyone else improving as well, his challenge becomes a bit tougher. Hiroki Ono goes fastest again in sector 1.
So rain not troubling him too much, because in virtually perfect conditions he was only slightly quicker this morning. But with Ramdan now, the number 2. Number 2 reflects the fact that he finished second in the championship last season, and that was to Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono, who crashed in the second race at Sepang last year, but got back up and finished, and it was actually the race in which he clinched the championship.
I just had to look outside to see whether I could spot any rain, but it's barely anything, so I think the track is still really dry. That residual heat in the tarmac would have dried up any droplets of rain that we would have seen. Yes. The track is still favorable conditions, and Hiroki Ono is about to break into the 222s, I think.
Yeah, certainly not affected Hiroki or Ramdan Rosli. There's Hiroki Ono, the number 1. Another rider with a really good helmet design. And the number 6 going through there, that is the Korean Kim Min-jae. He just jumps up to 3rd.
And Hiroki jumps into the 222s. A 222.7 from Hiroki Ono.
Which just goes to show with his skill and experience, if we do get mixed conditions, then you'd be hard pushed not to put your money on him for a win tomorrow.
He's unbelievable. He's so confident on the bike, and lightweight machinery. He's been one of the best out of Asia. The experience throughout so many different championships have been just super impressive. And yeah, in TVS now he's the defending champion. And even though it's been a mixed start, has led the championship from run 1, and until now he's looking strong once again.
Yeah. Well, we talk about it being a bad weekend when he doesn't win both races, don't we? Which was the case first time out, but it was good enough to take the lead. And I'll tell you what, Kim Min-jae, the young South Korean, doing a really good job of hanging on to him. So Kim's lap time's not showing in too much. Hiroki Ono is on another quick one. So let's see how this works out.
Sector 1 and Sector 2, Hiroki Ono has gone even faster again. So Hiroki Ono wasting no time in this session with 5 minutes left. In Sector 3 is about to come across. Will it go purple again in Sector 3 for Hiroki Ono? Oh, Sector 3 is just slightly slower than his best, but he's still on course for a lower 2:22. You can see the LED board showing the rain flag sign, but it's not troubling Hiroki.
Kim Min-jae hanging on well in his wheel tracks.
Yeah,
That was a good Sector 3 for the Korean.
It's going to be a really good session for Kim Min-jae to sit behind the defending champion. Kim Min-jae's improved a lot, and now he's going to get the best reference in this class. Get a bit of slipstream right at the back of Hiroki there. Hiroki comes across 2:22.5. He does improve. Kim Min-jae improves by nearly a second. He goes up into second. That's a fast time.
Nice work, yeah. Really good work.
Yeah, this is going to be a real meaningful session for Kim Min-jae. He's going to find a few tenths more on this lap. Sitting behind Hiroki Ono. He can just stay within that puck of the slipstream, but staying behind Hiroki when he's on form like this is not going to be easy.
No, you think following somebody makes it easy? Well, actually, it's not.
He's back up there.
You've got to keep up, yeah.
Hiroki Ono on that lap, on this lap, sorry. It's Sector 1's not an improvement this time round. Of course, in the last lap, he had a bit of a tow from Kim Min-jae's slipstream. Let's see, Hiroki Ono, he's never needed slipstream in the past to set a fast lap. Hiroki Ono into Sector 2. It's another good Sector 2 from him, but he's not going to go faster than his current best. Look at the way he's cutting through the wind there, how he tucks in behind the bike. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he's honed that ability, that skill, everything about it for, well, years and years and years.
Look across the track now. We've got Sartek Chavan there. He's back out on track. His fastest so far should be coming on this lap. Yep, he goes 2:24.8. He goes up into 4th. Race winner in race 2 in round 1, Sartek Chavan. Showing a slide that's much lower than where the position normally would be.
Yeah, he's a tall rider, Sartek, isn't he?
Yep. I think it just shows how well the TVS team have developed the fairing of that TVS Apache machine. It's big enough to even fit a taller rider like Sartek, let alone Hiroki Ono. Hiroki pretty much disappears behind the bubble windshield.
Yeah, that's it. The light's still flashing for the rain, but the riders are getting quicker.
Nixon Frost there, just trying to find a bit of improvement. He's behind Sartek and KY Ahmed, so good couple of people to follow around Sepang. He is improving through sectors 1 and 2.
Yeah, sure, the two teenagers we're talking about, Hunter Corney and Nixon Frost. Big ask to get the hang of Sepang.
Yeah, especially on a bike he's never ridden before.
Yeah, in Nixon's case, absolutely. And it shows you what a challenging circuit this is.
It is. It's not easy at all. I mean, even as someone, if you've ridden here before and you come back to it after such a long time, it can be hard to adjust, even though you already know what the circuit looks like. So for a young 14-year-old like Nixon Frost, coming from production bikes to pretty much nearly prototype bike with the TVS Apache on a track as challenging as Sepang, it's a big weekend for him. Hunter Corney as well, he's pretty brand new to Sepang, so maybe learning the ropes here. Not done too bad, 227, he's just behind Kewa Ahmed and Leandro Paredes. Checker flag is out, and on that lap, let's see what Nixon does. 228, so his personal best of the weekend.
Yeah, good progress. That's all you can ask for. But really positive start for Nixon. So let's hope we see more of him. Hunter 2 looks like he's in for the haul this year.
It's good to see. I hope Nixon stays with us for the remainder of the season. It'd be good to have a New Zealand representative in Asia road racing.
Yeah, when we've got a quiet moment, I'll add up the nationalities, but we have a fair few here.
Quite a number, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just check out that slightly rainy session. It's windier and a little bit wet, but 222.528 was Hiroki Ono's time, and that was the best time of the session. In second, the young South Korean Kim Min-jae, 223.959, and then it was the indomitable Ramdan Rosley, 224.6. Then Sartak Chavan, quickest this morning, he was fourth. His fellow Indian Chirant Vishwanath was fifth. Sixth, Atik Anger. Seventh, Kanatat Chayman, the Thai rider. And Luis Miguel from Spain was eighth fastest, 226.258 for him. And next up, down the road in Singapore, Arshad Rusdi, and then Kewa Ahmed. Then it was Indonesia's Rendi's best time, 226.8, and then Leandro Paredes, the Filipino, was 12th. 13th, Hunter Corney, 227.5, his best time, and then Nixon Keith Frost, give him his full name, 228.577, and unfortunately Haziq Farouz, no time recorded for him in that session. He was quick this morning though, so should make the cut for qualifying 1B. So that's TVS Asia complete. We have 3 more sessions coming up, and you won't want to miss these because they are the AP250, Supersport 600 and ASB 1000. AP250s will be up at 15:50 local time. That's in 8 minutes from now, so stay with us. As you can see from the big flag painted into the grass, that is, we are at Sepang for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Thank you for joining us, or indeed for staying with us at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for pre-practice Friday at the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2. There you can see one of the most recognisable corners in world motorsport, turn 15, at this formidable, magnificent circuit. Choose an adjective. Sepang has it all. This is the third session of the day for the AP250 class. Two very different sessions we had earlier on, but the lap times recorded were quite close. The fastest lap of the day went to Kritapat Cancun in the second session. He was about a tenth quicker than the fastest rider in the first pre-practice session, which was Rish Takahira for TY Antares Racing Team. Kritapat was quick in both sessions, and Rish was just a little bit off the pace in the second session. Asia on the screen just there, number 16. He was really quick in the first session and a little bit absent in the second one. What did you make of those two?
Yeah, it was really strange that in practice 2 we didn't see him show up the way we expected him to. I wonder if perhaps they were testing out some new setup or some new parts that they had. Not that they really needed to, because they were rapid in practice 1, but perhaps just a bit of experimentation that didn't really go to plan. I think early in the session I noticed that they were riding together, I think the usual plan with Shi Zhang. But yeah, in practice 1, 224.2, practice 2, we only managed to go as fast as 225.8. So
quite a big difference. The track conditions were slightly better this morning, but in the morning then. But Kritapat was more consistent. So on between the two sessions, the rider that was consistent was Kritapat.
Yeah. Kritapat has shown that all throughout since Buriram, except for race 1 with an unfortunate late incident on the last lap.
Yeah, there is the number 93 of Dila RV Aditama, Astra Honda's star, who seems to have been tasked with taking this championship back to Astra Honda in Indonesia. Three bikes behind him is his teammate Davino Brittani, and in between them is number 88, that's Chandra Hermawan, who went really well in round 1-2, and Aldiaz Axel Ismail. 65 there is Cal Vietnam, who got himself on the podium last time we were here in September 2024. Ooh. Number 56 there on the podium last time in Buriram was Galang Hendra. So a real depth of talent and so much competition as Chandra gets himself a little bit out of shape mid-corner.
This is much more like it. So sorry about Faris Putra, 24.5. That is the time that I was expecting from Faris this weekend, because he's done it before on a non-Cardinals bike, and now he's finally showed up. We saw in Buriram they were still shaking off the little bit more that they need to find. Now it's finally arrived at 24.5. That's a proper top time for both practice sessions and the highest top speed as well.
Yeah, so coming together really quite quickly.
It is, yeah.
For Faris Putra and Cardinals, both of whom are in this category for the first time. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I'll tell you what, Daniel Shami is next up.
Yeah, 24.5 per minute.
Just 28 thousandths of a second slower.
Wow.
So another new entrant, new rider, new team. So newbies at the top. Nothing like a newbie is Galang Hendra Pratama, and he's third.
Irfan Adiansa as well set the fastest second sector. Rish Takahira just set the fastest third sector. So tell you what, forget about practice 1 and practice 2. It's all shaking up now.
Yeah, looks like we could get the fastest times of the day here.
Yeah, I think the conditions are more or less perfect now. It's cloudy, we're in the evening, so the temperatures are starting to drop.
Yeah, eyes on the early session leader there, the number 31 on the blue and yellow Cardinals machine.
But Fernando Janša is getting a big benefit behind being behind Faris Putra, who's had the highest top speed on track for this session so far. So Irfan's on a hot one here. Fernando Janša will climb up at least 15 positions. Rishta Akira came across 224.8.
Yeah.
Kritapat as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all shaking up. We're just not even 8 minutes into this session, and it's looking really lively. And Irfan goes to number 1 with a 224.166. Now, I think that might be the fastest time of the day. Yes, it is, by 1,000th of a second. That's the fastest time of the day. Correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel.
Yeah, no, second fastest. 157 for Kritapat. So is it a 166 or
24.166. So,
It's unbelievable.
great work for the Maestro NWN SCK Honda Racing team.
So the Kritapat is on the way. He's just on the fastest sector 3. So
Yeah.
everything is changing
It's
now.
looking lively and-
Oh,
Ooh,
Is that
down
Kritapat?
there? No, it's a Honda, isn't it?
I think it's the blue Yamaha that's gone down there.
With a red underbelly.
Yeah, I think that is the Yamaha Thailand. Yeah, it is Kritapat. He's come past sector 3 a while ago, so an unfortunate crash right at the end of that.
Yeah.
And that was right at the end of 10:15.
Pushed too
so
hard, yeah.
must have just been a
Yeah.
really fast exit and just couldn't keep it together. Unfortunately, Kritapat, I really wonder what that lap time would have been.
Yeah, yeah, so possibly a high side coming out of that corner.
Could be. I mean, he was walking away from that. I wouldn't say he looks unhurt, but nothing major, thankfully. As far as Putra, what a start to practice 3 this has been for him. And once again, this is what we expect from Faris Putra. We knew he's quick, but the AP250 class was going to be the real proving ground. And this is a good start. Daniel Shami as well. He's making that transition from prototype machinery for about 5 years of his racing career back to production bikes. It's not easy, although he does train on production bikes in Malaysia in between those seasons. It's still not easy to change your racecraft to a production bike style, but he's done it fantastically, and with the new team, with the new bike, it's going really well for him.
Yeah, Tom Phu there, number 18. Started the season well, the Vietnamese rider.
Irfan Aikal set the fastest time of the day, then Fadila came through, and then oh sorry, I think Irfan Aikal's time just got deleted because that was just Murabil Vitoni at the top with Fadila.
Yeah.
Oh sorry, no, it's just a number of riders that improved. It was one big group actually. So Irfan Aikal goes down to 5th, Chandra improves, Kalang improves, Fadila improves, Murabil Vitoni with the fastest time of the weekend, 223.346 from the rookie, with a team that's brand new to this category, Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team.
Yeah, that was a group to be in. He was certainly in good company then, and he made it work, Murabil. Well,
Chandra now was going faster. We just saw a good picture of that group there. There we have it. These 3 riders.
yeah. Chandra there, just ahead of Murabil in the LFN colours.
Chandra with the fastest sector 1, so keep an eye out for Chandra. He's just sitting right behind Fadila and Murabil. Just sitting behind Chandra. 3 of them riding together. Chandra, another good second sector from him, so potentially 23 coming in for Chandra Hemawan. But it looks like he's on defensive mode for a race.
Yeah.
It's a massive exhaust pipe on the LFN bike, I must say. It's compared to the other R25s, sorry, R3s.
So 93 leads that group in the hands of Fadila RB. Then it's Chandra Hemawan, and then it's Murabil Vitoni.
No improvements through sector 3 except for Galang Hendra, who's not in this trio here. Galang, I think he's just a little bit in front of them. Oh, sorry, behind them. He's just gone past Gao Xiang. So Galing trying to keep in touch with his fellow compatriots. He's going to get good slipstream into turn 1, so look for Galing's lap coming up next. Irfan Haikal's improved as well through every sector. Kritapal was one that crashed out. It's still a purple sector for him in sector 3.
Yeah.
Irfan Haikal goes up into second. Chandra up into third.
And Gao Jiang, I was just watching him a little bit further down. 226.5, but he was kind of tagged onto the back of that group, so that wouldn't have done him any harm.
Oh, how has Chandra kept on there? He went on the grass at turn 3 and somehow cut across and managed to keep the bike on. I've never seen anyone being able to just keep pinned on the grass at turn 3, get it back on the rumble strip and continue back on to the tarmac. That's unbelievable.
Fascinating stuff going on here. There's Irfan Haikal, number 21, just gone through. There he is, number 21. Really getting their act together now with the two Irfans, Haikal and Ardiansha.
I mean, if we look back at for a Malaysian Honda 250 team with Boon Su in the last couple of seasons, they were struggling to just fight in the top 10. Now with Irfan Haikal and Irfan Ardiansha, it is fantastic. This pairing between the Malaysian and Indonesian garages has worked really well. Was led by Irfan Ardiansha as well as, I'm trying to remember who was Irfan's track partner in that race. It's another legendary Indonesian rider, but they developed this bike so well. They've worked really well together, and now with Irfan Haikal coming to the mix, it's really looking like they are going to be a top contender for the rest of the season.
And I'll tell you who's looking really game in that group is Chen Jiang, the number 40. He's right in there as well, enjoying himself. Can't see his sector times or where he is, but we'll soon see whether that's done him any good. There he is, the black fairing, number 40, just behind Davino Brittani.
Gary Salim is the one that was teammate for Irfan Ardiansha. Just remembered it.
All right, riders starting to come in now as Davino Brittani goes across the line. See if he... Oh, reached Takahira. Talking about the Tiwai and Torres team.
Yeah, he's dropped into the 23s. He's gone up into 4th, 223.7 for Rich Takahira. That's a Yamaha party in the top 5, apart from Irfan Haikal. Fadila completing the top 6 as the other Honda. Irfan Ardiansha in 7th. Fastest Kawasaki is Andi Muhammad Fadli in the session. It's 10th fastest. So a bit better from Moto Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech.
Aldeas just goes ahead of Chen Jiang. But you can see him improving on that, but he's in a quick group here. He's not going faster, he must be learning something. So he's in really good company here. Number 19 going through there is Don Empu. In the background I can see Andy Fadley. He's getting that Kawasaki sorted out now. He's currently 10th quickest, 224.7 for the Indonesian former double champion. There he is, number 108.
With the 20 there coming through, and just another good look at that humongous exhaust pipe for a 250 bike. It looks almost like the old 90s Superbike exhaust with its size.
Yeah. Okay, that's Fadil Priadi. Yamaha Racing Indonesia. They also have an abundance of talent. We often talk about the Astra Honda Star Factory. Well, Yamaha Racing Indonesia got a few of their own. There's 2 in the shop there, 88 and 80. Chandra and Fadil. Murabil Fatoni still sits at the top. Irfan Heikel still sits second, Chandra third. Rishi Takahira has moved up into fourth. Just under 4/10 of a second between those 4. And then it's Gawang Hendra, and last time out's double race winner, and therefore championship leader Fadila Arvi Aditama. Fastest Astra Honda in P6 as it stands. He's carrying a 200 RPM rev cut by virtue of his performance, so there's some real fine-tuning done in the regulations to keep everything competitive. And so because he was so quick and so successful in round 1, RV has just lost his top 200 RPM. Seems like a slight difference. We'll no doubt hear more about how he feels about it. So let's look now. Chandra, Murabil, Andy Fadley in that group 2.
Sliding action down there into turn 9. It's a place where a lot of the aggressive riders do enjoy a lot.
Yeah, speaking of which, there goes Andy Fadley inside Murabil Vitoni. Both of them got plenty of aggression. Yeah, this is looking much more like the Andy Fadley we know and love.
Yeah, I think he's adapted to the bike now. He's slowly finding what he's needed to find since round 1. It's working well for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's needed some race fitness as well, hasn't he?
Definitely. He's been away from the bike for a long time recovering. He looks happy. He looks happy being back with the team he really made his name with. 10 minutes left in this session. Nothing too impressive for the past about 10 minutes. We'll see whether there's a final push from one of the riders. Dennis Shami has come back out. Rishi Takahira in pit lane, Irfan Heikel as well, Gawang Hendra.
We don't know whether Kritapat will make it back out before the session finishes.
Yeah, we didn't really see how Kritapat went down, but it did look like a fast crash for him. Murabil there coming back in. Top job from Murabil in this session, topping the timesheets with the fastest time of the day.
Yeah, there are the 2 Kawasaki's together. You could just about hear the screams as Aiki Yoshi went through on his teammate. And Aiki Yoshi, last time out at Sepang, was spectacular.
Yeah,
we actually thought he'd won race 1. As it turned out, he was 5 thousandths behind race winner Hurjan, and in the second race he was 13 thousandths behind Ferozi. So Aiki Yoshi, given a fair shake, he's going to do well this weekend. Currently down in 14th, 225.251. So that's 2 seconds adrift, almost. But credit to Aiki Yoshi for developing that bike, helping to make it competitive. It's such a different configuration, weight distribution, power delivery, torque, everything different on that to the other machines.
Yeah, shout out to Shuncheng Zhang. We just saw right up our screens there that he's just set his fastest time in Sepang to 27.5. So it's a big improvement for him. Said in the first practice session, 2 minute 30. Second one, 2:38, and now 2:27.
Yeah, he really looked like he was having a good time when he was in that quick group.
Yeah,
a little bit earlier.
He definitely learned something by being behind some of the faster riders, and it's a good one for him.
Yeah, he puts a lot into his racing. to improve, and it's brave to come into this category with no international experience and mix it up. There he is having a look around, the number 40. Putri, another of the Indonesians, is the number 18 that just went through there. And let's just check in on the number 65, Chao Vietnam, on the podium last time at Sabang, and indeed last time in round 1. 2:26.129, so 2.8 seconds off the quickest time. So there are the Irfans, Michael and Ardiantia respectively, 21 and 16.
Irfan and Irfan working well together for the remainder of this session.
That is a lovely pair of Irfans, isn't it?
It is.
Really good. And there's Rish Takahira, who's paired up very well with that TY Antares Yamaha.
Yeah, I wonder if they have a new livery design that they're waiting to unveil for tomorrow.
Yeah, or maybe just saving it.
Could be. They're getting back to the racing line there, that's a bit risky.
See, somebody else needs a little livery there, is Hutri. And the new bit of rear livery.
Yeah, it's on at turn 4 by the looks of it, so an unfortunate end to the session for Nguyen Hutri. Just looking at Irfan Haikal and Irfan Aliancia. Not improving through sector 1. That's Hutri, so it's good to see he's okay. Yeah, nothing improving for the NWN SEK Honda Irfans.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes left. No sign of Kritterbat returning to the fray.
The height difference from the two Irfans is quite telling in that frame.
Yeah.
Irfan Adianza looks like he's wrestling over that CBR 250. Behind them is Aldiaz Axel, who might benefit from this. Coming somewhere there, just coming through turn 15. I think he's headed back to the lane. No, he's just letting them pass. So yeah, Covin's got his head down. He's going to try and follow the pair of them. It's been a quiet start to the season for Covin. I thought this would be the season where we saw Honda Racing India take another step forward, but it's not really come together for them. Irfan Adian said that taking a look behind and realizing that there's a couple of riders who are thinking to follow them. I wonder if Irfan Adian just gets side by side by Irfan Haikal, taps him on the shoulder and says slow down. Three seasons more or less, and last season I think we saw some decent performances, and personally I really thought that 2025, this has to be the year that Honda Racing India is going to be consistent in the top 10, but it's just not happened.
Yeah,
it's strange.
Yeah,
Kevin is a really good quality rider. He's racing in Spain, he's racing all around.
Japan.
Japan as well. Johan as well. Johan is racing in the European Talent Cup. He's racing all over.
So the team really need to find whatever's missing.
Yeah, it's bizarre because the quality is there. There's Rish Takahira with his name printed on the back, telling us exactly how to pronounce his name, R-E-A-C-H.
Yeah, Rish or Rich?
Oh, we've to ask him which one he prefers.
I've been going with Rish so far, and he hasn't corrected me.
Look at the confidence Rish Takahira has. Let's see, was around 10-14. That's a scary turn to really commit to. It's a long, long right hand, and it's so easy to lose either the front or rear, even on a 250cc bike.
Yeah, so many riders go wide as well.
Another good look at Reach's leathers there, right at the back. REACH.
Reach. There he goes.
Rich is Chandra Hermawan. Chandra looking like he means business for the remaining 2 minutes.
Yeah, if they keep going, they'll get another. This will be the last time around. Okay, so let's see what they can do. Reaching for the top, Reach Takahira. Sorry, it's the first really bad one I've done all day.
I feel like you've been planning that one.
No, I haven't. You just made me think of it when you were talking about how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, Reach is really going for it. Chandra there. This will be a good scrap to watch. I don't think they're gonna benefit each other's lap times. We haven't seen much movement in this second half of the session.
Fadil Priadi.
Oh, let's see.
Oh.
Izam Iqbal. So it looks like a chain's come off. So that's unfortunate for Izam, yeah. I don't think he crashed out. I think it's just a chain dangling there. So something's come apart. Technical issue for Izam. In this session, he's been really quiet. 25.6, which is actually similar to what he was lapping in practice 2. It's just that everyone else has improved so much. The benchmark in the previous sessions was a 224. Now it's dropped down to 223. Good to see off Murbil Vitoni.
Yeah, this quick group here, they're not going to improve their times, any of them, I don't think, on this final time around, but they're out there having a good time.
Mid-pack overall, Diaz is on a decent one, and
Yeah.
so is Fadil Al-Ghassani. So they might find themselves potentially into a higher position. Al-Diaz is closest to Andi Muhammad Fadli. Fadil can, if he finds 210s, he'll be ahead of Davino Brittani.
Yeah. Further down, Jazil Jarami improving.
Fadil set in a good sector 3 as well. They form up now. In this group, we see Reach Takahira, Kevin Kintal, Chandra Hermawan, Andi Muhammad Fadli, as well as number 80 of Fadil Al-Ghassani. Come across the line, Andy remains in 11th, Fadil remains 13th. They didn't improve in that lap. And Al-Diaz goes up into 7th, so big jump for Al-Diaz Aksal into the 223. So for Galang Hendra's team, a really good result, 5th and 7th.
Yeah, that is good, and within 0.6 of the fastest time, which belongs to class rookie Mohamed Murbil Vitoni. And there it is on your screen, confirmed or provisionally confirmed, 223.346. Next up, Irfan Haikal for Maestro NWN SCK. Chandra Hermawan, a great session from him again. Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Reach Takahira was 4th. Here we go, 5th. Galang Hendra 6th. Fadila RV. Al-Diaz Axel was 7th. 8th Irfan Ardiansyah. Faraz Putra, good session, 9th. 10th Daniel Shami. 11th Andy Fadli. Davina Brittani down in 12th. 13th Fadila Al-Ghassani. Kritipat Kenkum crashed in that session. His best time 225, and Aiki Iyoshi for Moto Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech was 15th. th late crasher there is Iqmal for Victor Racing Team. Jazil Jarami came up late in the session too, a good decent last lap. Chow Vietnam down in 18th, 226 for him. Don Ampu for Extremo Yuzi Asia Team, 19th. 20th, Kevin Kintel. 21st was Gao Zhang. 22nd, Alfred Jacob Sablaya. 23rd, Hu Tri. 24th, Shunchun Zhang for TY Antares. Johan Reeves Emmanuel for Honda Racing India, 25th. 26th, Liu Guangyuan and Liongnan Zi for Victor Racing, 27th. And that is the number of riders in the field this weekend here at Sepang. 2 more sessions to come. The howling of the 600s will be up next, followed by the ASB 1000s that we'll finish the day with. There are the famous trees at Sepang, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes for the final session of the day for the Supersport 600. So stay with us, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
It's Free Practice Friday here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit. We're coming towards the end of the day. We have 2 more sessions. This one just starting now is a 30-minute free practice session for the Supersport 600 class. Best time of the day we saw set in the morning session. And that was a 2:10.5 that went to Daniel Kazmayuddin. The fastest time in the second session, which was around about midday, was a little slower than that. That was in the 2:11s. And so, Daniel, what do you think? We're now late in the afternoon. The time's likely to be better now.
Yeah, I think so. I think
a little bit of damp weather.
Yep.
Yeah.
We saw it with the 250s that the lap times have dropped quite significantly. So I think we will see the best of the 600s. Although 2:10.5 is going to be a big ask to beat in this session. Then again, it has already happened. So I think we will see a couple of 2-minute 10s. Whether we'll see more than the 3 riders that we saw in practice 1, Kasma, Anupab, and Helmi, that will be a big question. But they have been capable of running 209s in ideal conditions, and I would say the conditions right now are more than ideal for it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. But I haven't been outside since I came in at like 7:30 this morning, so I'm just not sure.
I think for sure the track temp will have dropped quite a bit. So yeah, practice 2 we could see it was just too hot, greasy. They were struggling for a bit of grip. Now this is really track-wise, track time should be ideal, but of course there's so many other factors that play.
Yeah, this is such a strong, competitive field. Wayne Agroho, he looked good. The number 89 in free practice 2 in particular did a 2:11.2. There he goes.
Oh, this is a fun group.
There we've got, Thai riders running together for Yamaha. Anupab Samoon. And then we've got Jakrapat on the number 20 for Honda Racing Thailand. And Kitsadar, the number 18, his teammate. So 3 Thai riders there running together in Malaysia. Number 18 and number 20 machines, Kitsadar and Jakrapat, did a lot of laps, although they weren't quite on the pace earlier on. Their teammate, who was a rookie last year but looking much more seasoned now, Tanak Ongcleao, he had a really good session. And in part we can see there having an early push.
Pop getting straight to business, setting the fastest first and second sector times. Kasma as well, he's on a hot lap. Kasma set the fastest third and fourth sector, but Faruzi goes better in third. Faruzi.
Why are you
finding
sector 3?
Oh, so yeah, Wahyu.
Yeah, as we might expect this early in the session. Just 6 minutes in now. 36 there, familiar 36, but on a new bike this season for Ferozi Torakatula. A rider that we're hoping to see improving throughout the season. And stepped up from being a fierce championship contender despite injury in the AP 250 class last season. There is the distinctive 500, Anupab. Anupab really likes to wring the neck of his bikes as he rides them. I actually used to really enjoy watching him ride superbikes.
Yeah, he was really fun to watch. He had a unique way about it.
Yeah, it's fairly small in stature, so it's literally almost standing over it and forcing it to do what he wants. The bike moving around. Yeah, he's a talented rider for sure. Speaking of which, there's another one, Daniel Kazmayuddin. He holds the fastest time of the day so far. That was a 2:10.5.
Kasma on a decent one, fastest sector 2 of the session, decent sector 1 and sector 3. Anupap's gone faster in sector 1. Sheffield and Osman 2:12.087, still hasn't broken below a 2-minute 12 today. Rocco starting up well, 2:13.1. He did manage a 2:12 in practice 2.
Rocco improving. It's a lot to get used to for the 16-year-old German who won a race here last season when he was in the TVS Asia one-leg championship.
Kasma the first into 2-minute 10, so Kasma continuing on his good form, 2-minute 10.8. He gaps Anupap by half a second. Wahyu Nugroho, he's on a good sector 1, similar to Kasma's, been faster through sector 2, but he's a bit slower through sector 3, so that's where Wahyu is lacking against Kasma. Helmi Asman, really good sector 1, really good sector 2. Kip as well, he's done the fastest sector 1 of the session so far.
Yeah, so let's take a look at those Idemitsu Honda Malaysia machines. There is Helmi Asman with that bright yellow number 32 on his machine. There goes Wahyu.
Rocco's done a 2:11.9, so Rocco's really improving now. He is up with the timings of some of the best, so this is much better days for the German and Team 1 for all. The 16-year-old German rider.
He's got a good target ahead of him. Wahyu Nugroho. He was really quick earlier.
Oh, look at Helmi Osman's time coming through. Fastest sector 2, fastest sector 3, a really good sector 1. This is going to be a mid 2-minute 10 coming in from Helmi Osman. This will be what he's wanted all weekend.
Yeah, he's been on the pace, look quick.
Oh, Helmi's done a 2:10.2, a low 2-minute 10, and Kip now 2-minute 10.5. Tana Lampleo at 2-minute 10.8.
So suddenly we have 4 riders in the 2:10s. Brilliant stuff. 2:10.2, the fastest for Helmi Asman. He'll be happy with that. And Karadin and Powie, we were scratching our heads earlier saying what's missing, and he's starting to give us the answer now. Not much.
Sheffield Asman as well. He's in a 2:11.1.
Tanner having another good day.
I'm looking at Rocco still on this lap. Rocco on this lap itself, he's not found any improvements, but still a big improvement from Rocco Sessler. He's finally dropped below the 2-minute 12s, which is what he needed to do as a young rookie in the 600 class. Slowly get into those times that will be close enough to start challenging the better positions, and he's done so.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Daniel, this is a difficult circuit to get right. You need to really get point to point, every corner right.
I was looking at all the sector times. There are many good laps coming through. Kasma's on a good lap. Helmi's on a good lap. Anupap as well is on a decent one. Herjun's on a good lap. Adinanta is going to come through as well with a very good lap. Adinanta just at the back of the screen. Adinanta comes across into 5th. 2-minute 10.8. We have 5 riders below 2:11. Kasma will be looking to go into a lower 2:10. It won't be a 2:9 yet, but at this rate, it might be very possible.
Yeah, Sharafuddin Asman, we've been waiting for him to show what he's made of. And to an extent, this rider, number 21, Adinanta Putra. But we will see him there. He's got a really mature head on his shoulders, mature racing head on his shoulders. So he knows that, you know, he needs to be there, he needs to be on the pace. Kimli Karl Paz, another rider coming into form in this class as well. Best lap in this session, 2:11.8.
Helmi's done about 2:10.4, but Adinanta has gone faster since sector 1, and he's gone fastest by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to look at on these sector times, but Herjun also making some big steps forward. The promotee, or a couple of promotees from the AP 250 class, defending champion no less.
Kasma's shot up into second now, 2-minute 10.4. He has achieved a lower 2-minute 10. Fastest sector 4 from Kasma Daniel. Adenanta with a really good sector 1, but sector 2 lacking behind a bit. Rocco's as well, he's improving. He's done a really good first sector, good second sector as well, so it might be a mid 211 coming in from Rocco Sessler.
And improving, having been pushed down to 8th.
Yeah, that's Rocco Sessler. He's got Anupab and Wahyu Nugroho for company behind him, so that's going to be good once they get past him for him to just stick with them.
Yeah, just at this point, I think in the 211s is where Rocco needs to be. Build on that.
Wahyu's gone to a 211.0, Anupab with a 211.2, so they improve up a couple of positions. Rocco, another 211, but it is his fastest time, 211.944, very similar to his previous best.
And another good lap for Adenanta Putra. Not his quickest, but 210.9 that time around.
Yes, Ferozi, he's just a little bit behind Adenanta there. This will be a good lap for Ferozi to follow behind. And go, Anupab gets past Rocco, so Rocco's going to stick behind Anupab.
Ferozi now on the back of that group.
Yeah, really fast in first sector for Ferozi in this lap.
Adenanta in the sights just ahead of him. That was a good first sector for Ferozi.
There's not much movement on our timing screens. It's slowed down a little. We have some riders improving a little bit on each sector. Cosmo.
Good pace. That was a 210.5. So within a tenth of his best time. So that augurs well for his race weekend.
Helmy as well. He's been lapping mid 210s non-stop. It's fantastic from those two. And here's Helmy looking behind.
Looking everywhere.
Oh, showing thumbs up to his teammate. And the flying kiss. That's to Damok. What a shot.
What a cheeky chappy he is. There's another one for the social media feeds.
That's brilliant.
So Adenanta has got Wahyu Nugroho behind him.
We pan away from the cheeky moment between Damok and Helmy Osman to a more serious Adenanta and Wahyu Nugroho. Wahyu's been cutting off a couple of tenths here and there in each sector, but he hasn't put it all together for one fast lap.
Yep. Just behind them, Klaus Ricky, Ferozi Torikatila. Come these two. Lovebirds coming into turn 15. Coming into pit lane, in fact.
Kazman's improved through sector 1. He's done an okay sector 2, an improvement in sector 3. This could actually be another very good 2-minute 10 mid. But actually sector 4 is always his fastest, so he might actually just improve slightly. So look up for Kazman's lane. He might be a quick surprise towards the middle of this practice session.
Yeah, suddenly we're halfway through the session. Where did that go?
It's just been such an exciting one to watch, and time has just flown past. Under 14 minutes left now. Yeah, Cosmo's come across with a 2:10.6.
Yeah,
so
really
very
good
considered.
pace for him and Helmy at the top.
Tana as well, he's been impressive in this one. Xiaojun Tong
Yeah.
not gone fast in the session so far. But these are ideal conditions, so Xiaojun Tong was to try and find something in his 600cc riding. It would be in this session.
Yeah, he does like to provide the entertainment mid-session.
Yeah.
Stays out while everybody else comes into the pits. But yeah, what a session this has been so far. So qualifying is going to be electric tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing.
The additional factor of the qualifying tyres Can't wait for that.
That's going to be awesome. Got the top 9 riding at the best we've seen them in this class for a while. Adinata has just improved up into 4th actually, so Adinata 2 minute 10.7. But let's say the top 6 or top 5, all doing 2 minute 10s within 0.6 of a second between Tanat and Helmi Ansman.
Yeah,
That's
why
gonna be
you only a little bit behind.
It's going to be so exciting. And Anupam in this session, he's been a bit quiet compared to what we expected, but he will find something.
Yeah, he'll find something for qualifying, sure. Absolutely. And good step up for Rocco.
Kaspar's not stopping. I think Kaspar's testing his race pace. He's done another good couple of sectors in Sector 1 and Sector 2, improved in Sector 3. So Kaspar just putting in the mileage. Wahyu Nugroho as well. The Wahyu has done 6 laps. That's Kaspar coming to frame behind Shajun Tong. Kaspar comes across the line with a 2 minute 10.5. He's just so consistent.
Yeah. Metronomic. Absolutely great stuff from Kazma.
Yeah, he's been putting in the work. He's been training a lot on the bike. He's been doing his fitness, and it's really showing now.
Yeah, there's Kitsadar number 18. Kitsadar currently surprised, 2:15.4. Actually, a little better than that by this point. 2/10 behind his teammate Chakrabat. So he has two teammates, of course. The other one is just a step above that. Tanak Gompliao is there with the potential race winners at the top 5 or 6, I would say. Potential race winners there.
And actually, we look at the top 8 there, and they're all potential race winners. Just some finding a little bit more than the others. Kasman's on a slow down lap, so I think Kasman Daniel's going to come back into pit lane.
Yeah, and Anupam in P8 currently, just a little bit dormant in this session.
Shajun Tong's on an improving lap, so he'll find himself into a better lap time. It's actually pretty decent Sector 1 and Sector 2 coming in from him.
Kitsadar some way off where he would like to be, I suspect. 2:13.9 in free practice 2. And 2:13.4 in free practice 1. So, not really on his pace for whatever reason. It's just improved actually.
Yeah, 2:13.1, so it's a good step forward for Kitsada. Farouzi's done 2:13.1. Not his fastest of the weekend so far, but still decent. Sorry, 2:12.7 was Farouzi. His fastest in practice 2 was a 2:12.7, so that is actually his fastest time.
Yeah, so steps there.
Seen a couple of Honda Talent bikes coming out as Kyle comes out of Yamaha garage and
Kasman's in.
Kasman back in, yeah. So it's the Astro Honda of Adenanta, Carpaz is coming out, Tanat's coming out, as well as Jakripa Putusan. So Adenanta, a short break for him.
Tanak just hanging back at that group there. Fastest of those 4 riders who just came out so far in this session. Absolutely, definitely a podium contender this weekend, Tai, Tanak. We haven't seen him on track for a while. nor helmet come to that.
Yeah, Kip, it seemed like it was just in the early session, he was rapid and then sort of plateaued. Now Maxwell was quickly improving and then just faded lap time wise.
Yeah, all those Honda Racing Malaysia machines currently in the pits. 7.5 minutes remaining for the checkered flag for this session. So getting onto the back of teammate Jack Patisan. It's a bit like a coaching session, doesn't it?
Yeah. And even though he's so young, he is the more experienced on the 600cc bikes. Great character, Tanat. And there behind Adnanta is a man on the charge. It's Carl Paz. You can see Carl just had to take a bit of an earlier braking point just because he got sucked into that slipstream behind Adnanta. He's going to get it again down the front straight, so could be improvements coming in for McKinley Carl Paz. Had a really good weekend in round one.
Yeah, certainly showed his mettle in difficult conditions, and I just think generally he's gotten himself comfortable with racing at this level in this class.
He's well accustomed to the 600s now. Took him a couple of seasons, but especially having a rider like Kasma by his side, and they get along really, really well, it helps a lot.
They're both really kind of brilliant personalities, aren't they? Just yeah, they both have a certain kind of light energy about them. And still backing his teammate Jack Rabat. Yeah, 20 Jack Rabat, 31 Tanat, and Adnanta. Carl Paz just ahead of them. There are. You can see all four on the screen then.
Oh, I was about to say it was getting close.
Ooh, just as we thought everything was going smoothly. He's got one leg caught under his bike by the look of it. Here come the marshals.
Yeah, I was going to say it was getting a bit close between Tanat.
Looks like that hurts.
I just got caught on and his foot's actually in the wheel there, so that's... Yeah, I was getting closer between Jakubad and Tanat, and Jakubad just asking too much of the front, and...
Oh, he knocked his head on the ground too then.
Yeah, Tanat, what a reaction for him to avoid contact there, that was... Oh.
That's really uncomfortable, hopefully. Nothing too badly strained.
Yeah, his boot just got caught
down,
there in the wheel, so...
Yeah.
We're going to have to try and get that free. So Tanat continues on. Here's Adnanta and Kyle. Kyle on that lap managed a 2:13.2, so another improvement from him. Adnanta as well. By his standards, a much slower lap. Adnanta pulling away from this. Kyle as well. Not too interested with that. Oh, red flag has been indicated now, so that's why they're backing off.
Yeah, haven't been able to move Jack Rabat, unfortunately. Yeah, that will probably be the end of this session. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I was hoping to see some...
So really hope Jack Rabat's okay. He was getting faster as well.
He was really pushing. Just unfortunate with that. He's asking a bit too much from the front end. And the boot getting caught between the chain and the wheel is what we saw.
So we can take away from that session is the pace of Kazma.
Yeah, and you're right, Barry. It is the end of the session, I think, because of yeah, we've been laps about 70%, I think now.
Yeah.
So look in the background there. That is rain falling
It's
behind
raining, yeah.
turn 7 and
Yeah,
8.
it is, yeah.
So we've been lucky. We've been very, very lucky that the track condition has been mostly dry.
Yeah. The size from the ASB 1000 pits. Really?
But yeah, it'll be a good session from them coming up. Really good conditions. So yeah, we just got confirmation from race direction that the session is finished after the red flag.
Yeah. So takeaway from that session on the positive side is the pace of Kazma in particular.
Yeah.
Helmy too, but Kazma did a couple more laps. But they both looked really consistent. And Adinanta Putra, I think we'll see the results coming up now. As the final riders come through turn 15 and into pit lane. So that was the unscheduled early end, unfortunately, to that session. We hope nothing, no serious damage to Jakrabat.
Yeah, just another confirmation there from race direction.
It does remind you how long this circuit is when the red flag comes out for a couple of minutes and then the last riders are still coming into pit lane. But McKinney Carl Paz looking lively. Quite a decent session from Herjan Atner as well. But it was Helmy Asman with a 2:10.204 who topped that session. He'll be pleased with that. And with his pace, as will Kazma Daniel, 2:10.4 for him. Karol Dempawi, Helmy's teammate, in third. Fourth, Adinanta Putra. I think he'll be pleased with that session as well. Good pace from him. Tanat, he had a good first session before he went on his coaching mission. Then it was Wayu Nugroho, Sherifin Asman, Anupab Samoon, then Herjan Atner for Astra Honda was 9th, 10th McKinney Carl Paz, 11th, good session from Rocco Sessler, just taking that little step up. Reza Danica for Astra Honda 12th, 13th for Rosie Torakatula, 14th Kitsuda, and 15th the unfortunate Jakrapat Pedisan. But we hope no damage done to that leg or ankle or whatever it was that took the strain in that fall. And Shajin Tong did the 2:15.3 for the number 22 for Invicta Racing Team. And it's not over, as Daniel said. We've got rain in the hills at the moment. Let's see how that works out for the final session of the day for the ASB 1000s, coming up at 5:10 local time. As in 10 minutes from now. We've got a slightly longer gap between the sessions because of that early finish to the final session of the day for the Super Sports. So we'll take a short break, and as you can see there, we'll be back at 5:10, 17:10 local time with ASB 1000. So stay with us. We're at Petronas Sepang International Circuit, and it's the end of Free Practice Friday at the second round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
It's Free Practice Friday here at Trona Sepang International Circuit, and in fact it's the closing session of the day. Suddenly we're at the 13th session of today, and right at the front of your screen is the number 41 of Nakarin Tirupumpat, and that tells you that this is the ASB 1000 class who are going to bring the curtain down on today's action. There he is, looking as aggressive and determined as ever. Thai rider for Honda Racing Thailand. And he's got a very determined Lachlan Effis just behind him on the number 83 BMW.
I think it's about time Lachlan sets in a good lap time. He's been a shadow of his former self for the past 2 sessions, so practice 3, the hope for Lachlan. It's not actually his fastest sector 1 of the day, 26.753 there, just less than 3/10 slower than Nakarin. 2.5 seconds down. Kito Abe's done the fastest sector 2, so early on, already some decent sector times coming in.
Yeah, Kito Abe really came through in free practice 2. Coming through, well, he topped the session for a while before being usurped by Azroy Hakim Anwar, who's topped both sessions today. Really looking on red hot form. Nakarin enjoying himself too. A little further down the order. He's 8th fastest actually in practice 2.
Yeah, Nakarin today hasn't been too impressive. It's surprising because he used to always go well around Sepang. 207.1 in practice 1 in cool attempt, so maybe this session will be much better from him. Just look at the way he's riding that bike, it's so aggressive, it's animated, it's amazing.
Yeah, double race winner and therefore championship leader, of course, from round 1 at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
7.8 on his first flying lap. It's really rapid from Nakarin. Lachlan 209.9, Kito Abe 208.6. And Azan Shah and Apiwat are riding in tandem, so this is the first time this weekend we're seeing them properly together.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see that. Aslan's looked pretty good, but we haven't seen really anything of Apiwat. I feel like he's been absent today.
That sound of the BMW just as they're going through the turns, it sounds as if the inline 2 turns into a 3-cylinder, and it's actually just the traction control managing the power, and it's a really interesting noise that it makes.
Yeah, it's not like the old noise we used to get from the Stone Age traction control.
That's right. Apiwat's gone with the fastest sector 1, and he's at a 207.3 actually, Apiwat. So
there you go. That's by far his best time of the day.
That's much more like it. In practice 1, he only managed a 209.9.
Yeah,
practice 2, 210.
Slower, yeah.
So this is more like it. Azan Shah as well, 207.5. These temperatures are perfect for lap times, so they don't get held up here. Turn 9 with Teo Yu-jo in front of them. Yeah, Teo Yu-jo just in the way slightly, so Azan had to back off a bit from that one.
Yeah, that won't have helped them this time around, but it certainly looks as though those two are on the pace. Joe not really getting out of the way.
Oh, Azroy, 206.9, and Adam Noureddin, 206.8 from Adam Noureddin.
Wow, Suzuki, if you were wondering where to put your resources, I think you might have found the place. 206.8.
In his first flying lap, a 206.830 from Adam Noureddin.
And he's eclipsed Azroy, who came in with a 206.9.
He's going even faster, sector 1, 26.0. We haven't seen a 25 sector 1 without qualifying tires since Marcus Reiterberger back in 2023. Azan Shah, 067, it's going faster.
Here we go, it's all going off. And we are only 7 minutes into this session, ladies and gentlemen. This is an absolute cracker. It shows you why you need to tune in on Free Practice Fridays for ARC. This is just fascinating stuff.
Oh, Adam's right behind Azroy and Zakwan, so this is giving him a bit of a reference to follow, and he's going to enjoy this one. Adam's been super strong through Sector 3, so this will be good from Adam Norden. Sector 2 right now, fastest time goes to Zakwan Zaidi. Norden just a 10th slower, but he was a whole 2/10 faster in Sector 1. Let's see Sector 3 now. He's going to get a bit of slipstream as well down the back straight. Sector 3 between these three riders. Adam Norden, the fastest of the three, but he hasn't gone much faster. He's taken that wider line to try and get a better exit, because he is lacking about 10 kilometers per hour down the straights.
Yeah, this is clever riding from Adam Norden. See, completely different machine. So let's see what shakes out this time around. Oh, Zakwan, the number 21 Zakwan Zaidi goes to the top.
And Adam sets a 2:06.389.
Fantastic.
We were talking about the Suzuki all morning yesterday as well, and I was thinking to myself, 2:07, 2:08, that would be the first step forward for them. They've done a 2:06 with Adam Norden.
Yeah, that's it. When he got into the 2:07s this morning, or sorry, just after lunch, I remember saying he's surpassed my expectations for the weekend. And there you go, we need to recalibrate. And so does the rest of the field here in ASB 1000. Norden is on it.
It's fantastic. Top speed deficit was exactly 10 kilometers per hour.
Azroy has an answer.
The only rider in the 2:05s. Adam Norden going even faster in Sector 2 now. He was slower there in the previous lap, and he's 4/10 faster nearly than Azroy in Sector 2. So again, it's Sector 2 and Sector 3 where Adam Norden has the upper hand. It's down the straights where he's going to struggle. So this is really exciting now. Suzuki, welcome back.
Absolutely. Taking a slightly different line, but absolutely staying with these two. These two Hondas that have got so much track time, so much data, so much factory support. This is a real eye-opener.
This is first race weekend on a Suzuki with the ARC spec bikes.
Fastest Sector 3 for Adam Norden. And now he's in Sector 4.
And he's not losing touch of the Hondas. He is right up there with them. This is exciting times. Here comes Adam Norden. Will it be a 2:05 from any of these three riders? They come across the line.
Could be any of them. Oh!
2:06.1 from Adam Norden.
Wow, the AMI Suzuki with Adam Norden on board has just gone to number one at 2:06.198. Azroy Hakim Manoir, who was on an absolute flyer, 2:06.301. Wow, and Zakwan Zaidi, 2:06.309. They're all within a tenth of each other, basically. But as I said, with all the data and all the experience, all the track time those Hondas have had, Adam Norden, how has he done that?
That's quality. It shows that the Suzuki bike has always been a good bike, and it shows that Adam has the absolute quality to develop this bike into a proper race-winning machine. They just got a new engine for this weekend. They've just built up that bike. They've just set up the team no more than just a month ago. Right now, they have the fastest time in practice 3.
Yeah, and here's another Malaysian rider that you might have heard of, Hafiz Sharin, on the number 55 JDT Ducati Panigale, currently 7th fastest with a 2:07.5. He's got Happy Watt on A1 Energy BMW just in front of him. So yeah, Rise on the top, and coming back as well, because we've got really good sector times coming through from those three at the front. Azroy's improving. Zakwan put in the fastest sector 2. They're still flying. There they are.
It's not stop for this trio. They're putting in really amazing work. Zakwan was really good through sector 1, sector 2, but sector 3 he lags behind a bit. Come across the line now. Adam Norton still stays as number 1.
Look at that.
Azra actually did improve on that lap, 206.2. So Azra is just 0.012 away from Adam's 206.1. So Adam right now holds the second fastest time of the weekend for the ASB 1000s aboard AMI Suzuki Motorsports first race weekend into the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, you just wonder what he's feeling at the moment. It must be just something like, yes!
It's so good to see more manufacturers come into the ASB 1000 class and what a way to introduce themselves.
Yeah, it certainly is. We, of course, also have an Aprilia this weekend in the hands of Akito Haga, Team Tatara Aprilia.
Yeah, Joe Francis as well joining this weekend. He's done a great job in this session, 210.9.
Yeah, that's a big improvement for Joe.
Mind you, that's with a 25 km/h top speed deficit. So what a top job from Joe Francis. Akito Haga as well has improved slightly in this session.
Yeah, and Aslan Shah, his pace is really good too. He's in the 206s. Apiwa only just outside the 206s.
So we've seen 4 flying laps from this trio here and done consistent 206 lap times for the past 3 laps. This is one of the wildcards for this weekend. We have the Wahab who had a crash in practice 2 early on.
Yeah, so good job for that team for repairing that bike and getting it out again. Hasn't recorded time yet.
4 laps of 206s from the top 3. Impressive consistency. Perfect conditions. The weather has been a real treat today. It's been the perfect weather for Sepang.
Yeah, even the little bit of rain we had in second set.
The TVS second practice.
Yeah, that's right. That didn't slow down the riders. They kept getting faster. And it just might have cooled things down a little bit to make these perfect conditions for the last 3 sessions for the 250s, 600s, and now the ASB 1000s. So, yeah, finally having a little bit of television time, which is good for the team, good for him.
Beautiful bike that FGRT has prepared.
Quiet at the top, so we can just look at the pace of those guys as well. But they were running together for a long time.
Cameron Dunker hasn't gone back on track, so that bike was a big crash.
Oh, that
Cameron
really
Dunker
went through the ringer, didn't it? Absolutely.
It was such a shame because he was improving quite a lot. So fortunate for Cameron. Hopefully that bike will be ready for qualifying tomorrow morning. It's not going to be easy for Cameron because he just started to get the improvements in. He just started to dip down into the 211s.
Yeah, still getting used to the bike, still getting, well, very much getting used to Sepang. So yeah, that was really unfortunate that he couldn't get out again, but no surprise the way that bike just flipped end over end in the gravel track.
The top 3 have come across again with, mid 206. They are just so consistent.
Great pace.
Adam's going back in. Azra and Zakwan have done another set of 206, mid 206. Norton there arriving at his pit box.
Yeah, there are.
Plenty of time to make adjustments to try and improve further.
Yeah, that's it. And amidst all of that, we've got the championship leader and a very, very quick rider on your screen now that we've hardly spoken about since the opening minutes of this session. Nakarin Tirupati currently 6th to a 7.2. He hasn't got himself into the 206 club yet. Andy Farid Izdihar, he hasn't either. He's on a 207.8 best time.
Nakarin's come out of pit lane and found himself just a little bit behind the two Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia bikes, and he's gone really quick through sector 1, decent through sector 2, so it's going to be an improving lap from Nakarin. It might be another 206 to add to the list.
Yeah, currently 4 rider membership of that particular club.
He's decent lap, but he's slower through sector 1 and sector 2 by a couple of tenths, so I don't think he's dipping to 206 yet. Kito Abe's just coming out of pit lane now after making some adjustments, so let's see whether Kito can respond to this.
Yeah, Kito kept us on the edge of our seats in free practice 2. 207.2 is his best time in a slowish session.
See Andy is shaking his head there, just couldn't get the bike stopped.
It's just a little bit off, isn't it, with Andy?
For Andy and Nakarin this weekend so far. Whoa, so Nakarin just done a 205.8. Excuse me, sorry.
Delete, backspace.
Ignore what I said. Nakarin had just smashed the lap time. A 205.886. That is the fastest time of the weekend by Nakarin.
And we're into the 205s, yes.
That's right, 206.0 in the last lap. He's not stopped at all, he just kept on going. Zakwan on the last lap, 206.2, his personal best. You can't take your attention away for just a second. It's changing all the time. Andy's dropped down to a 207.2, so he's maintaining it 7th, but he's going even faster now again through sector 1.
Hopefully we've got Astra Honda coming into the same cohort. So we were wondering whether Nakarin was going to join the 206 club. Well, he leapfrogged it. He's now opened the 205 club. See if anybody can join him. We've got half this session remaining still. 20 minutes to go.
He's improving his lap time. He might go lower 207 or a higher 206. Looking around, trying to see what Kito's done. This is just his out lap. So making his way around to begin his flying lap.
Nakarin's sector times, they're not showing green or purple, but they're fast. Look at that.
Ramp to ramp for sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3. Just sliding that rear around, keeping
Sector 3 not quite so good, but yeah, this is going to be another good lap for the Honda Racing Thailand championship leader. There he is, the number 41, under braking for turn 15.
Azra is on another good one. It will be another low 206, I think. Maybe even a higher 205. Nakarin just behind them slightly. Oh, Zakwan's gone second, 206.029.
Yeah, that's a 206.1 for Nakarin, so really good pace.
Oh, Andy Farid's gone down to 206, a high 206, 206.893. Shine still nothing to show for in this session, 207.5. Need to find something for Hafiz and JDT Racing Team. It's worked well for them so far this weekend. Here's Akito Haga.
Yeah, well, shot that really well turned out. Aprilia racing in the All Japan Championship. So, as we were saying earlier, this is prep for the Motegi round, which will be next in early July.
He's improving his lap time in every sector, but it won't be enough to contest the top 5 positions. It will be into the lower 207s.
Yeah, those Honda riders, plus Aslan, plus of course Adam Noureddin have really raised the bar in this final session of the day.
Akito Haga is not a tall rider, but that RSV4 is a very compact bike, and it makes him look big on the bike.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Here comes Akito Haga for his flying lap. 12.5 minutes, well, sorry, almost 13 minutes in pit lane.
Asroy on another one. Fastest sector 3 of the day. Can't believe they get any quicker.
Akito on that lap managed 2:07.5. He's losing out a bit of time in sector 1 and 2 so far in this session.
There he is. Let's have a look at the style we're becoming very familiar with. Oh, and there is Asroy. He's gone up to the top. Just 4 thousandths quicker than Nakarin. 2:05.882 for the class rookie for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, Asroy Hakim Anwar. There is SDG. This year ridden by Kito Abe. They had a double win here last year in round 5. Quite moving around. Kito staying absolutely rock solid on it.
And the confidence of Kito to wrestle that bike. Joe Francis sets his fastest time 2:10.3. Akito Haga now is going faster as well. Akito looks like he's on course for a very low 2:10 or even potentially a 2:09, which will be a very good step forward for the Aprilia. Honestly, it's so impressive what Joe Francis is doing with a top speed deficit of over 20, almost 25 kilometers per hour. He's managing 2:10.3. It's really, really impressive.
Yeah, it is good.
So Haga's made a mistake in sector 3. Kito Abe 2:07.6 this time round.
At the moment that's looking like second group pace, isn't it?
He's not happy with that. He's backed off immediately. I think he's going to come back in, make another tweak, and then back out. You can see entering turn 1, he saw his lap time, and he's just not too happy with it.
It's looking like the tyre combinations of choice are hard front, medium rear.
Let's come across with 2:10.6, so sector 3 lagging behind a bit. Azra and Zakon have they backed off in sector 1 and sector 2, but so they're back on it in sector 3. See whether they come back in.
So we've got 2 riders in the 205s.
Kito improving in sector 1. This is much better lap looking from Kito Haga. That's just Kito Abe now just looking behind, I think. Just checking shit, making sure that he's not holding anyone up. And pit is still, yeah, Azroy's come back in. Zakwan also. So it's just, of the 3 Hondas on the top, it's just Nakarin that's still out. Adam was one of the first to come in. So let's a good look at our sector times. The fastest sector times for sector 1, 3, and 4. Oh, that's right, Kimanawa. Fastest sector 2 was Zakon Zaidi. Highest top speed, 297 kilometers per hour, is Zakon Zaidi as well.
Yeah, you know, it's so impressive how Asroy has been able to answer every time. Another rider has done something that's made us go, wow, look at that, and then he just goes above it again. Just brilliant stuff.
This is interesting. Akito Haga, he's good in sector 1, sector 2, he's closing the gap, but in sector 3, where I expect the Aprilia to be at its strongest, he's struggling. So maybe it's him just getting used to Sepang. Because Aprilia's, we know the handling is brilliant, it's the top speed where they're lacking, similar to the Suzuki and the Yamahas. So it's a bit strange. I think Akito just needs more track time. He's done his personal best again, 2:10.6, so he's getting accustomed with the Sepang International Circuit. Lachlan now, he's going quicker. So Lachlan looking for at least a 2:07.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be looking for sure. Best time earlier, 209.5. Yeah, 209.5 in practice 2 was the best time for Lachlan.
Yeah, not great in comparison for pace-wise. He hasn't been too consistent. He's been jumping around between a low 206 to a higher 206 and now 207. So one thing that, well, just over the assessment of these past 3 practice sessions, pace-wise, Azroy, Zakwan and Adam will be comfortable in that lower 206. But it seems for Nakarin it's a bit more work for the race pace. The consistency is lacking a bit, which is rare from Nakarin because he's someone who, when he's happy on the bike, he can just keep on putting in really good lap times.
And when he's incentivized, which is after the lights go out, then yeah, he'll find it.
Speaking of consistency, Andy, who is usually Mr. Consistent, again just lacking a bit, but it's a decent sector 2 this time from Andy. Joe, it's a 213.8 for him. And again, Cameron Duncan not out in this session, so I think that bike really needs a lot of parts to be put back together. Akito Haga finally a decent sector 3 coming in from him, so
yeah,
let's see if he can improve into the 209s. As we follow Teo Joe into turn 1.
Looking at the boardings as well as we go around here. Idemitsu, long-time partner. KYT, long-time partner.
Lachlan has found a 207, 207.7. He's going even faster,
Yeah.
so they've unlocked something in Lachlan Epis.
Yeah, he needed to get into that bracket. And he's done it, so fair play. Here comes Andy Farid to complete another lap.
Hafiz has just improved 207.2. Lachlan will be coming across anytime soon. Kito's in pit lane now. Lachlan goes up into 207.5, so he's up into 9th. Pushes Kito Abe down to 10th.
I think it might be worth watching Andy Farid on this lap, maybe. Maybe not. Three tenths off in sector 1. There are the two A1 Energy BMWs running together, 25 and 24. Aslan and Apiwa.
Looks like an attempt at a late charge by Azan Shah to respond to the two riders at the top who've done 205s, and that have been Zakwan. And once again riding together. I think this is the best way for them to go about.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. Aslan's got so much time on the BMW, or on a BMW, not this one, but BMW time. Apiwa completely the reverse.
Just looking across, I'm liking what Akito Haga is doing. He's doing non-stop for the session, and he's improving every time, so it's looking good from Akito Haga.
Yeah, that part of that team, Tatara Aprilia, is one for all, which means that Wichi Wee has got a hand in there as well.
Akito Haga has just done a 210.1. He's improved by half a second on that lap. He's gone up into 11th. There's Nakarin. He's been lapping again. His lap times are jumping up and down, so looking for a bit of a consistency. Hafiz Sharin just a little bit behind him, trying to get a bit of a toe, and it's working for Hafiz. 206.8 for the first time this weekend. Andy now improves as well, 206.6. The story is not over yet for practice 3.
Still 8 minutes to go. Lots going to happen in 8 minutes, even when you've got a 2-minute lap. Yeah, Nakarin on a push here. Love the way this circuit flows. Nakarin, what have we got? Sector 1, good time.
Ooh, Andy Faraday's done a very decent sector 1, so Andy now finding some neat improvements into the first day for round 2.
Yeah, I actually have to look at the numbers for Nakarin because his fastest sector times are so fast, but first 2 sectors, good.
Well, Hassan's backed off from this. There's Akito Haga, who's been improving almost every lap. For Nakarin, that lap was just, it was a really good lap all the way around, but not a single fastest sector for him. But
yeah,
it's just
he set himself a high mark, isn't he?
Yeah, it's
so yeah,
super impressive.
You have to watch the numbers. That was 38.9. That's not a great sector 3 actually for him.
Hafiz as well on this lap, he's not going any faster. Kitahaga in sector 3. Oh, he's actually gone faster, yeah. 2:09.8 for the Aprilia for the first time.
Good work.
A really good approach by Kitahaga and Tatara. Just get the mileage in, understand the track better. Because again, it's Akito Haga's first time here. He needs track mileage. And this is the proper step forward now into timings that are below 2:10.
Nakarin's pace looking a bit more consistent now. Keto, this won't be an improvement as he runs wide. Again, that's brilliant running the hard front, medium rear.
Here comes Kito Abe. I think they've made
6
the
minutes left on the clock. Yeah, let's see what he can do.
I mean, in practice too, he did manage 2:7.2. So 2:7.2 would put him just a couple places up. Now we would have him in 9th. So Kito needs to find that step forward this weekend.
Yeah, is on another lap. He's a second adrift overall. He's improving in sector 2. Sector 1 was okay. Nakarin again putting in some good sector times that aren't showing up green or purple because of what he did before. So maybe he's finding that consistency that was not there in the earlier stages of this session.
Yeah, I think it's just for Nakarin to stay consistent with his riding style. It's a bit difficult here in Sepang. He's done higher 206 and then down to lower 206, and then back to a higher 206. You can see the quick adjustment as he made it run 10:15. So this lap in particular won't be any faster. It's going to be somewhere mid. Yeah, there we go, 206.5. Hasan Shah's on an improving lap in sector 2. So is Api Watt. Akito Haga has come around and he's continued on for the session. I thought he was going to come back in, but he remains on track.
This is good. He needs the track time, as you were saying, Daniel, and he's certainly putting the work in. So, respect to him. Yeah, I think you're right about that aggressive riding style. If you're not running with somebody else, it's more difficult to be consistent, isn't it?
You can see he's just making all these minor adjustments to try and keep the bike where he wants it to, but sometimes it just goes a bit slightly off. That's where the lap times start to jump a bit. He is consistent through sector 2. He's consistently quick.
Yeah. Sector 1 again. 6.2. Yeah.
Let's see what Kito Abe can do. Kito in sector 1. He's trailing behind a bit. Perhaps the bike just not doing what Keto wants it to do in this session. Probably made some adjustments to try and claw back that gap, but it's not come together for Keto and SCG today.
No, he had a good second session, but that was the slowest session of the day, and he hasn't built on it, which is really what he needed to do in this session. Unless he's got something up his sleeve for the last time around. It's Joe Francis, number 40 for Victor Racing on that Yamaha R1. 2:10.3 is his best time so far.
Joe Francis, probably the tallest rider on the ASB 1000 grid, but really doing a good job with that Victor Racing R1. 2-minute 10.3 so far in the session. Last person riding this bike was Osama Mariai.
I think Adam Norridin's making just on a late outlap.
Yeah, Adam Zakwan and just Adam and Zakwan that have come out, and Azroy is remaining in pit lane. Azroy not too interested to try and improve further. I think he can be happy.
Yeah.
2 sessions of a 205.
Yeah, that's it. And unless Zakwan or Makarin got something up their sleeve for the closing stages of this session, he will have stopped all 3 sessions.
Yeah, Hafiz is on a good lap. He's done an improvement in sector 1 and sector 2. As of right now, it's not going to be enough to get him into the top 3 yet, but it is looking much better from Hafiz Sharin. He did go back to the... Oh, sorry, no, he didn't go back into pit lane. He's been out the whole time for the second part. So let's see, sector 3 trailing by just a few tenths, so it should be a mid 206 from Hafiz Sharin. It might be enough to get him into 5th.
Yeah, that would be a good showing for the end of the day. He was largely absent in FP1, more in the second session. Oh, and he's just going to miss the checkered flag. So that's last time around for Hafiz.
He's improved by just a slight amount, 206.847. Here's Kito Abe. He's going to be taking the checkered flag next, and it's not an improvement for Kito Abe. Practice 3 not going at all to plan.
Yeah, the mid-session here was absolutely electrifying.
Joe Francis just caught my attention there with the improvements throughout all 3 sectors, so he might dip into 209s. That's Adam Nordin. He comes across, and there won't be any improvement for Adam or Zakwan. Adam still mentioned 208.2 on his first flying lap.
I think he should take today and chalk it up as a massive success.
Oh, definitely. Joe Francis did manage a 210.0, so knocking on the door of a 209.
Yep, so he ends the day strongly too. Let's tell you, Joe coming in, Andy Farid, the number 23 for Astra Honda. But it was a 205.882. That was a 0.004 of a second advantage for Azroy Hakim Anwar over Nakarina Turapupat. Next up, Zakwan Zaidi, 206.029. Adam Norridin was 4th fastest, 206.1 on the AMI Suzuki Motorsport. Andy Farid is the heart. Next up in 5th, 6th, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, 7th. JDT Racing Team, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, and 8th was Afiwat Monkananon on the A1 Energy BMW. 9th was Lachlan Epis, 207.5, his best time. And Kito Abe, bit of a quieter session for him, didn't make the stuff he wanted to. 10th, 11th, Akito Haga, improved throughout the session. Good work from him. Good work too from the British rider Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team. Joe 213.8 for him. And not much track time for Fami after having his bike repaired and coming out late in the session, but 2:14.6 for the FGRT Project 1 Ducati Panigale. And unfortunately, Cameron Dunker, whose bike tumbled through the pit earlier on, was not able to get out. We hope we see you tomorrow, Cameron, for qualifying. And that brings us to the end. It feels like suddenly we're at the end of the day, but it's been a fantastic day's free practice. If you've joined us, you'll understand why we keep going on about don't miss free practice day, because there's so much in it, so much that points towards what's likely to happen at the weekend. And boy, have we got a packed and thrilling schedule for you tomorrow, starting at 8:30 again tomorrow. And so we start tomorrow with the Underbones, 2 qualifying sessions for them, followed by 2 qualifying sessions for TVS. And so it rolls on. We've got qualifying all the way through the morning. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal, judging by what we've seen in practice today. And race 1 will be in the afternoon, when Daniel and I will be joined by the mighty Des Corkill. And so join us tomorrow morning for a fantastic day's racing here for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.